ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. What does it feel like in much of the country these days?
Ridiculous. When I got in the car, it felt like I almost burned myself. Like, it was bad.
Asa Watson in Washington, D.C., that city preparing to host big crowds ahead of America's 250th birthday this weekend amid one of the worst heat waves in years. Cooling centers have been set up and people are being encouraged to take it easy in the triple-digit temperatures all up and down the East Coast. Mark Savener delivers dry ice in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and maybe the only one of us welcoming it.
As soon as I watched the weather, I was so excited. I love the heat. The heat has made this business an Iceman's dream. It's 4th of July. We got a heat wave coming. What could an Iceman ask for?
Ukraine's capital once more shaken by huge blasts overnight. That's the sound of people cleaning up in the aftermath. At least 17 civilians were killed and nearly 100 injured as Russia launched a new wave of missile and drone attacks on Kyiv. A week after back-to-back earthquakes in Venezuela, survivors are still being pulled from the rubble. A 12-year-old rescued after 5 days, his cousin calling it a miracle.
There's all this bittersweet feeling of happiness because he's alive, but also knowing there's people still there calling out for help.
The U.S. men's national soccer team is headed for the round of 16 after winning their first knockout stage match since 2002.
The Americans entering the match heavily favored over Bosnia, but not scoring until the 45th minute. Florian Balogun finally putting the U.S. on the board.
To the deflection, Balogun scores! Slow ball!
But in the second half, a controversial moment, Balogun is called for a foul after bringing down a Bosnian player. The referee reviewing the moment by video replay, then issuing him a red card, ejecting him from the game.
ABC's Sophie Flay, that red card means Balogun will have to sit out the next match against Belgium as well. You're listening to ABC News.
All right, there's nothing on the roadways as of yet this morning, but just a reminder, it is a T-Dot holiday from from 6 a.m. today until noon Monday. No added lane closures unless it's an emergency. Long-term lane closures remain in place, and speed zones are obviously still in force. We'll have your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I hate when that guy's always wrong because this is Nashville's morning news, but it is not with Dan Mandis today. No peace staying home. It is 5:05 here on your Thursday morning. It is the 2nd of July. We are heading headlong into the America 250 celebration. It feels like today is on. Like today, it's on. So
Not just because you're wearing a sparkly Star-Spangled Banner.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Yeah. I even have earrings on. I bought special earrings today for this. By the way, I'm Joan Jones, and we've got Sam Rutherford doing everything else this morning because we're missing our producer for the moment. But I even bought little sparkly earrings that I think they look like popsicles with the red, white, and blue. You know, those the rocket ones.
Yeah, the rocket
that you
pops.
get off the So I went all in today for 4th of July, and because I'm so excited about being here and like getting to sit in the Dan chair. I'm not going to have a Danurism. I will also not have a Dangrita. No, what do we call that? Dangarita? Yeah, okay. I'm not having any of those. But we are going to have some fun today. We've got, there's always a concern that when you head into a holiday for a talk show host, that there's just nothing going on. And so there's not going to be anything to talk about. That is so not what happens now in the era of Trump. Like everything happens all day long. The fire hose of information and stories and ridiculousness continues on and on and on. So we just have like tons of it today, including, I don't know if you got to see any of this, Sam, yesterday with President Trump in North Dakota. Like, I just absolutely loved that story. So we'll do a little of that. We have a whole bunch of stories about politicians acting badly. We have Sam's World today.
Yeah.
Coming up at 5:30. So you know how we do Jones World at 5:30. So today we're going to do Sam's World at 5:30. That should be kind of nice.
And I hope I do it justice. These, I kind of have a childlike sense of humor.
You do.
But these are mature Joan Jones level stories and or memes that will be shared at 5:35.
All right. Well, I'm putting an asterisk on that because it's Sam's World. And what Sam believes is mature and
asterisk to be determined.
Yes. Okay. And so let's start out here. And one more thing. We have, I'm so fascinated by time capsules and, the theories that go into it. So I did a deep dive on time capsules and, they're going to bury one on Independence Mall, Independence National Park in Philadelphia, on the 4th of July. So, what went into that and it's all the states. And there's some really cool things that went into it that 250 years from now, Americans are going to get to see. We'll tell you what Tennessee decided to put in theirs too, if you don't already know the story. It's pretty incredible. Okay. So let's start out with some headlines this morning. And I thought we'd start out with President Trump in North Dakota because that was just one of the coolest things ever. First of all, he took a ride on his new airplane. It's the one that the Qatari royal family gave to him that the left melted down about, and they melted down again yesterday just gloriously over how much money was spent on it. President Trump flying and using up all kinds of, carbon credits, I guess. The ridiculousness of it was insane. So President Trump goes to North Dakota, steps off of his plane. And when he did, he arrived on this on this train.
The whistle blowing.
This is from Fox News. It's this We the People train. And there's
train number 1776.
Of course.
And the president will be participating in Medora, which has that fabulous Hollywood sign, the opening and dedication of the Teddy Roosevelt Library and Museum, which is just a beautiful, beautiful facility, Sandra.
Yeah, so that's on Fox News. They were announcing the president's arrival. And if you're watching on YouTube TV, you can see this train because it's super cool. It's red, white, and blue with the presidential seal on the side. And President Trump takes that in, and there's just a crowd of people. Medora, North Dakota. I mean, honestly, have you ever heard of this town? But this town is so cool that it has the word Medora on the hills, just like the Hollywood sign. It has Medora in the Badlands, Badlands in the background, up on the hill, and it just makes it look cool. I think that it's actually a set for something, either a production, a TV production, or some kind of like theatrical production that they put on. So the president arrives. He goes on on his plane. He gets on the train, and then once he gets off the train, he's got to get to the new Teddy Roosevelt library. So what do? They carried the beast, obviously, in the plane, and I guess they put it on the train too, unless they drove it there. I don't know. But after all of that, he needs to get to the library. So how does he do it? Well, he goes with the Rough Riders leading him to that spot. And again, this was from Fox News.
The Teddy Roosevelt Library and Museum, which is just a beautiful, beautiful facility.
So I'm doing what every other host on this radio station does. I'm playing two videos at once.
Audio.
Yeah. I love when they do that.
But it's such a cool thing because, believe it or not, the bulk of this nation's history, campaigning was done by railway.
By railway, yes.
And yes. So once we had, merged the East and the West, I mean, people actually got to hear who they were going to vote for and see them in person. And so to kind of give an ode to that is super cool.
Yes.
And it just shows that the president really does appreciate the history.
And I like that they presented it this way, that the Rough Riders came to get him, and they're galloping down the street.
Escorting the beast, the president's
in their Teddy Roosevelt era garb.
This beautiful winding road that takes you to the top of this hill, which is where the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library is. So
and they're all on the one side of the street, and they're not galloping by any means. But later on, President Trump describes the ride as being, wow, they were going really fast. And I was asking my guys, like, are they okay? So the president's motorcade is behind him. It was really a very stunning moment, and one that I couldn't stop watching. It's a lot of fun. The president just has a blast. We're going to have more about this. I also wanted to add this, that North Dakota understood the assignment, like in such a big way. They got it. They understood. Hey, we've got the president of the United States coming. By the way, he didn't go to Chicago to see Obama's presidential library. Of course, he wasn't invited either. That's another story. But he was invited to this one. So North Dakota understood the assignment. If I may use the language, the TikTok language that our esteemed Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson decided to do in a decision this week, unbelievably. He was there for, like we said, the dedication of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, which I didn't even know that there wasn't one in his honor. But it's a really cool one. And some of the exhibits inside the president visited. I've got more on that coming up later on this morning. We'll deal with more of that. I just wanted to get to some of the stories that I saw yesterday and this morning that just incredible stories that are happening in these United States. One of them, I'm sure you saw this, Sam, the couple that climbed up the Empire State Building yesterday.
The Russian couple.
Yes, I mean, if ever there was a poster, like a couple of poster children for why we should stop having immigration, this is it. Like, these knuckleheads. It's the middle of the hot, stinking summer, and they're up there. I don't believe they had gloves on, but even if they did, like, it's so hot. How would they think that that's a good idea to be, A, up in the air, like so high up in the air like that, and B, I mean, I golf, right? When it's hot, you could practically let go of your golf club because as you're swinging, it just flies out of your hand because your hands are wet.
I lost a 7-iron in a pond that way.
Did you really?
It's on the backswing.
I was only kidding, but yeah, I think it could happen. But these knuckleheads climb the Empire State Building, go up there to unfurl a flag that says, what did it say? When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Now, I don't know if that was a political statement or like a personal statement, but I believe it was political. Everybody likes to say that that's a Jimi Hendrix quote, but it's not. It's a politician named William Gladstone from the UK that first talked about that. This couple, they are Angela Nicola and Ivan Birkus. She has a Netflix documentary out that was out in 2024 called Skywalker's A Love Story. So this couple, like, that's their gig. They go climbing on things that they shouldn't be climbing on. So this was just another feather in their cap. While the Empire State Building had to be completely shut down, no visitors allowed, everybody had to be evacuated out. So I'm thinking that the guy who owns the Empire State Building, and there is a single owner who owns the Empire State, it's not corporately owned, it's not, owned by entities, it is owned by a single guy. This guy, if he doesn't go and charge them for climbing his tower and causing a ruckus down below, and B, for all the money that he lost in ticket sales yesterday, I don't know, like he would be the bigger knucklehead than the two of them. He really must sue these two, sue the pants off of them, and then send it back to Russia immediately. All right, let's check, that traffic again, which is wild and crazy and out of control at 5:15 here.
Well, we actually have an overturned tractor trailer with the off-ramp blocked at I-840 northbound on the off-ramp to the eastbound I-40 area. So be on the lookout for that if you're in Wilson County in the Lebanon area. We'll have your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And I didn't get, Sam, every morning I send a forecast to you. And I didn't get a forecast from you today, but I will look it up. Okay. I will look it up on the Weather Channel. No, this doesn't necessarily jive with what Stefano says.
It's going to be hot.
Yeah, it's going to be hot.
It's going to be like 100 degrees here in Nashville. The heat index is going to push probably north of 105 again.
Yeah.
But this will be the last day that it's this brutal.
No, actually, the Weather Channel says that tomorrow will be even more brutal.
What?
So, 96 today for a high, partly to mostly cloudy. And I think that's probably the blessing here is that we'll get any clouds at all. There is a chance of thunderstorms. Storms may contain strong gusty winds, high 96, 60% chance of rain today. And then tomorrow it goes to 97, Saturday 94, Sunday 93. So it gets incrementally better.
It's just,
yeah, it's still as disgustingly muggy and sticky and hot today as it was yesterday.
I had to convince my mom that if we're going to have a low country boil for 4th of July for dinner, that we should probably just do it inside on the stovetop over the massive vent.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Instead of out on the deck or anything like that. It's going to be so brutal.
Not only that, if you do it, here's me. Here's how I think. Ready? If you do it outside, it's going to attract flies. Like, that's the last thing in the world you want.
I really feel for Metro Fire and the police this weekend for the tourists out on Broadway that are going to overdo it.
Yeah.
That don't realize that their cocktail that they ordered thinking it has 2 shots of whiskey and it actually has like 2.5 to 3.
Yeah.
So
the bartender is being generous.
Yeah, exactly. They want the bigger tip. So drink your water, people.
Yeah. So I'm checking the super text line. 9045. You look great, Joan. Have a good show. I love these people. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. It's our beloved Joan Jones. What a way to sail into the 250th. I saw what you did there. I thought it was Huey. I don't know what that relates to. This one's kind of funny, and maybe you can check this out, Sam. Joan, or Joanne, as they say, needs to relocate a little more to her right with the various videos they are putting at the top corner of the screen. Her face is being mostly covered. Oh, no, Sam, my face is being covered.
Well, you and
I don't
Dan
want to be
have different
obscured.
posturing. It's not your fault. People mess with stuff in here all the time.
All the time. All right, so we can fix that. We're not going to do it right now, but we will fix it.
I will appease the visual audience.
Yeah. There is also a story out there yesterday that I just thought we mentioned the fact that I have not seen, and I'm sure you have not seen, Mitch McConnell since he was hospitalized last month. It has been 2 solid weeks, maybe more, that he's been out of the picture. And yesterday we learned that he was found, there was a 911 call placed from his home that's there in D.C., to the hospital to Washington, D.C. Fire and EMS. And they have now released the phone call to the public. Now, it's a little difficult to understand, and I want to address that after we play this for you. But it's kind of disturbing, this call.
Medical local paramedic agent 3, medic 3, ALS response unconscious, 27 in Charlie. Medical local paramedic agent 3, medic 3, ALS response unconscious, 2 CCS in Charlie, close of 2nd Street on Channel 11, 836.
Yeah, it really doesn't tell. That's the dispatcher. Is it just me, or did you completely not understand that woman?
Yeah, that made no sense.
It made absolute. Now they bleeped out a part of it because it says his address in Washington. So I get that part of it. That accent is so heavy. If I were a police officer or a fire person or a medical responder, I would not know what the heck she just said or where to go. That's insane.
So there are systems where when you call 911, you're talking to a person, they're writing up a ticket, right? And so I know, just been around people. In Metro, it has a computerized voice that comes over at the station. And
so they're not actually hearing
ticket.
Yeah.
So the responding agent may not necessarily have to deal with this person.
Yeah.
But the people on scene that want answers, how far away are they? How long do we have to wait? What should I do with this wound or whatever the case may be? No, that would be detrimental to getting some answers and getting whoever is in trouble in a spot to be taken care of when EMS arrives.
That was an insane phone call.
I know. So
what they learned from the phone call, from the 911 phone call, was that he was unconscious when whoever it was, I think it was his wife, Elaine Chao, which we know her as the former transportation secretary. She had called requesting advanced life support because he was unconscious. According to the dispatch, paramedics were sent to the senator's residence near Capitol Hill. He was found unconscious the morning of June 14th. So it's been that long that since he's been in the public eye. He was transported to a local hospital in an advanced life support ambulance. His office is not commenting about the emergency dispatch recording that you just heard there. Also, a representative from McConnell is confirming to multiple outlets that the senator was admitted to a hospital and was receiving excellent care, and that a week later he was working closely with staff on Senate business. So what the words you're not hearing here are he's home and resting comfortably. You're not hearing he's still awake. he's conscious. Now they're saying that he was working closely with staff on Senate business. That can be, blink your eyes if you can hear me. And trust me, I mean, they would interpret it that way if they felt like it would save him from losing his job because he's unconscious in a hospital, but he's a sitting U.S. senator. So even as the representative for the senator said, he was still working with staff this week. It's not clear what his prognosis is or if he's been discharged from the hospital. McConnell will exit Congress at the end of his term in January. He's going to exit Congress then, but that he still insists on staying in the position that he is. He's not serving the people of Kentucky that he's supposed to represent well at all. And we don't know what his actual state of being. I feel like he's the Ayatollah Khomeini, Stumpy. That's his name, right? Stumpy.
Gay Stumpy?
Yeah, Gay Stumpy. The guy who, we don't know where he is right now. I kind of feel like McConnell's in the same boat. And that's so wrong for a U.S. sitting senator to do. And I don't know why these people insist on staying around if they are not physically, emotionally, spiritually capable of handling their jobs. If you and I couldn't do our job, we would resign or we'd be asked to leave.
Well, and I'll add on just with my level of knowledge here. Basic life support, if you're calling, hey, he fell, he's having trouble getting up, that'd be one thing. But when you're already saying, I need
advanced
paramedics,
life support,
it means we need IVs, we need the ability to intubate or open an airway or something. That means something is wrong to the point where the senator was either not breathing on his own or his heart wasn't beating on his own. I'm speculating, but that's what that essentially would call for. Yeah,
absolutely. All right. We have more coming up, including Zohran Mamdani's warmth of collectivism. Remember that? Yeah. I will. I have a story related to that and what a nut job he is there in New York City. That's all coming up. Sam, do you have your headlines sitting in front of you that you can tell us what you're going to do?
I've got some interesting stuff coming up. That much I can tell you.
I love it.
That's about it. That's as much as a tease you'll get out of me because I don't remember what it is at the moment.
Okay. And RJ is ready to slide into the seat and take over there in the producing studio. And Sam is going to go jump back into the dust-encrusted news corner. So, yeah, we're functioning on all cylinders this morning. And we'll be right back here. It's 5:25 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And to every business owner,
It's 5:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A red card controversy had World Cup fans at the edge of their seats last night as Team USA battled against Team Bosnia and Herzegovina to reach the top 16. ABC's Sophie Flay has the details. Team USA did win the match 2-0. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay.
The Americans entering the match heavily favored over Bosnia, but not scoring until the 45th minute. Florian Balogun finally putting the U.S. on the board. But in the second half, a controversial moment, Balogun is called for a foul after bringing down a Bosnian player. The referee reviewing the moment by video replay, then issuing him a red card, ejecting him from the game. Experts say in issuing the red card, the refs failed to follow protocol, using slow motion to review the play, which can make an accidental contact look more serious. According to protocol, slow motion is only supposed to be used to pinpoint contact, not judge its severity.
Fans are pointing out Argentinian superstar Lionel Messi committed a similar violation in a play in another game and was not penalized for it. Balogun, the team's leading scorer for the Americans, will now be automatically suspended one game and miss the round of 16 against Belgium. Here locally, a Davidson County jury has found former Tennessee Titan scout Blaze Taylor guilty of murder in the deaths of his pregnant girlfriend Jade Benning and their unborn daughter. After just over 2.5 hours of deliberation, jurors convicted Taylor on all counts following a 7-day trial. They recommended a life sentence with parole eligibility after 51 years. Sentencing details will be finalized September 9th. Prosecutors said Taylor intentionally laced Benning's pink lemonade with cocaine during a date night in February of 2023. The 24-year-old, who was expecting a baby girl named Ivy, died days later on her 25th birthday. Taylor had called 911 claiming she was having an allergic reaction. The defense argued Benning had a history of substance abuse and challenged the medical examiner's findings. The verdict brought raw emotion in the courtroom from both families. And you heard Joan mention it, but the Russian couple who scaled the Empire State Building, they're facing criminal charges after the wild marriage proposal on top of that building. This prompted a huge law enforcement response and is now raising new security concerns in the Big Apple. ABC's Hannah Batal has more.
Important questions are being raised. How did they pull off this stunning security breach at a time when law enforcement in New York is on heightened alert for the July 4th holiday? The couple somehow gained access to a door leading up to the spire, which is typically locked. This tourist says she saw them.
Along came these two people and they opened the mesh door and just went upside. So I assumed that they worked there.
And glad to hear that was just a tourist. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, still working that accident off of I-840 northbound off-ramp to the eastbound I-40 East exit 76 area. There's an overturned tractor trailer and the off-ramp there is blocked. TDOT is saying the estimated time to clear that is going to be around 6 a.m., so hopefully they have that ready before that morning rush hour traffic starts. We'll have your traffic here every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:37 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm Joan Jones. I am sitting in for Dan Mandis this morning. I can't believe that he let me hang out and do this, but he did. So I think it's pretty cool that he trusts me to sit here and chat with you guys this morning in his absence. And we will welcome him back on Monday, so he gets a nice long break here, which the hosts always need. It's a very good thing. At 5:38 here, we've got RJ, who has now decided to come to work today.
Yeah, I heard you call me out on the air this morning.
So RJ has another job, and so he's a little late this morning. And you know what? It seems to be a syndrome around here because we had late arriving Sam yesterday. So,
we don't need
happens.
to go there. We don't need to rehash
Oh, we
this.
don't, Sam?
No.
Okay.
No, I think you can hash it all you want.
See? So we get it. And thanks for showing up for your job, RJ. And then we have... And then we have Sam, who's sitting in and doing news for us this morning. But that just means that he also gets to pick up where I left off in Joan's world. And today we're going to call it Sam's world. Now, we don't have we don't have any special intro for you or anything, Sam. So what Sam is going to do is some of the stories in the news that interest him and a little explainer with each and every one of them. So, Sam, tell me on this sheet where I'm going to go first.
You know what? You can start wherever your heart desires.
Oh, yeah? Okay, let's start with the second story, the conservative influencer.
Oh, Immigrateful.
Immigrateful. Is that honestly a name? Is that a thing?
Oh, he is an immigrant. Honestly, forget his first name from somewhere over in Europe, but that's his influencer handle is Immigrateful. He's an American citizen now who's immigrated here, and he's grateful for the opportunity of living in this country. And kind of his whole thing is that you don't need to come here asking for handouts and to beg. You need to come here and be grateful for it. That's his whole platform. And so as we come up on the 250th anniversary of this nation, this American experiment, the founding fathers called it, I just absolutely loved what he had to say in the clip I sent you.
And do you know where he's running for office? Somewhere? Do you know where he's?
I know he lives in Texas. I don't know.
Oh, he's not running for office.
No.
Just
This
grateful.
is just him.
Gotcha.
He's out here platforming on if you want to be an American citizen, you want to immigrate here.
I love this. All right, let's listen to what he has to say.
I mean, I just don't think that asking people to assimilate when they come to this country, I don't think that that's too much. And I think that the argument from the left is very, very simple. You should come here and change the United States because they hate the United States, they hate the Constitution, they hate that we are a Christian country. So when they are making the argument that, people shouldn't assimilate to the United States, that is exactly what they are fighting against. That is exactly why they are making the arguments that they are making. And it's not that hard to understand if you just look at trends of what they are advocating for. Coming to the United States is a privilege. Not one of us immigrants, and we are quite a few here in the room, have the right to be here. We were granted the privilege to come to the United States and chase our own American dream.
Oh, I love him. Can we have more of him? Can we have more of him? Obviously, he's from Russia, or at least a Baltic state. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
And I'd like more of him and less of the two nutballs that climb the Empire State Building and do an engagement.
His name is Bogdan Laurentu, and he is from Romania.
Oh, he's from it's perfect.
He immigrated
I love that.
in 2011. He lives in Texas, which is, if you're going to move to the United States, that's one of the best places to do that.
I like the choice of moving to Tennessee, but we don't need any more people. So
we're full.
Go ahead, hang out in Texas. Yeah. Okay. Next up, How about the European tourist Oliver Henry?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get his X video up. Oh, is it a video or no? It is.
It's a
okay.
video.
Okay. Jeez. All right. So tell us a little bit about it before we go ahead and play this, because he's shaking hands with President Trump here.
Yeah. So he got invited. He's a British content creator, and he's kind of become an internet a lot of Europeans have internet sensation overnight with the World Cup.
Yeah.
And so he's one of those guys that said, I owe America an apology, and admitted that his preconceived notions were wrong, and he praised the country's scale and infrastructure. He got to visit AT&T Stadium in Dallas, and he was like, okay, American stadiums are crazy, because over there, soccer's huge. They build soccer stadiums everywhere.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's called. It's called soccer, not football. And so he ended up, after his videos caught widespread attention, Oliver was invited backstage at an event where he met President Donald Trump and described the meeting as something that could only happen in America, where you could just end up, hey, you want to come meet the president? And the words that go with his post, if you wanted to scroll through some of those, RJ, you want to pull the video up and everything?
Yeah, let's pull the video up here and watch this first. So he's at this event. For those of you who aren't watching on YouTube, he's at an event, and this video starts out with him shaking hands with President Trump.
So Trump says he's a bigger celebrity than me. And then I love how he kind of pulls him over. Like, hey, if we're taking a picture, we got to do it in front of the flags, buddy.
Yeah.
And so in the text with this post, and he's obviously catching a lot of hate for taking a picture with the president of the United States and the host country, or I guess I should say host continent, because a lot of the games are spread between Canada and Mexico. It's a powerful moment for people that aren't trapped in this liberal echo chamber to go, oh, well, it's actually not as bad as all these people online are posting about. America's actually a pretty great country, and their president's a cool guy. I just happened to meet him at a soccer game. Like, that's just...
These people are all ambassadors. Like, they didn't sign up for the job, right? And they haven't been formally sent to another country, whatever. But these are the best ambassadors because they're grassroots people. Like, they come here and they absolutely, like, it's not generated because they're being paid to come here or because there's some benefit to them in order to do it. They come here and they're like wowed by it, and it's sincere and it comes from their hearts, and you can believe them, and everybody in the other countries are going to believe them as well because they're influencers. They're people who are out there having something to say.
Wasn't there one that literally got chased off of X the other day?
Yes, and I have that story.
Freddie the German.
Yes.
Yeah. Ryan Wilson's favorite.
Yeah. And I have that story. I don't know if you want to do it here in conjunction with this, or you just want to let's just stick with.
Yeah, let's keep going with the clip.
Okay.
Just keep it moving.
So let's. I think I know what this is. The Washington Monument clip.
I didn't know they did this. This is the coolest thing.
It is the coolest thing. There's a lot that happens in Washington D.C. that you really don't know about, and this is one of the cool things that has been happening in recent years. So this is, if you're watching on YouTube TV, this is the Washington Monument and what they do at night. So they're projecting pictures, videos, and it's set to music. And right now it's the founders. It's the Declaration of Independence. And it's absolutely stunning. Rockets. Oh, pictures of the moon. And that's how they begin the fireworks show on the National Mall.
That's just it's beautiful. People often kind of mock the Washington Monument, because it's just a spire.
It's an obelisk.
And it's just a straight up, is what it is. It's nothing really special to it. But to use it in that way, you can only imagine if there was a clean, perfectly clear reflecting pool.
Yeah. How
those projections would really look if people would stop terrorizing it.
Yep. And it's a very cool scene. And, you said it. Sometimes Washington, D.C. doesn't get the credit for doing the cool things that it does down on the National Mall. Mm-hmm. But what President Trump has done down there. I have to say this because, I lived there for a while, and I used to go when I was finished working. The place that I worked was the first, 5 or 6 years right across from the National Cathedral. So I would leave there and drive down to the National Mall. There, at the time, there was free parking, and then they took the free parking away because they're idiots and sometimes the politicians. But I would park in these free areas and then just walk along the water, and you could see the planes coming in because Reagan National Airport's right there. All the monuments are there. You just walk over and there's the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, and there's the World War II Memorial, and all the statues and Thomas Jefferson. It's an amazing, amazing place. But all of them there was something about them that they felt dirty, like they'd been there for a long time, and you kind of just expect that, right? But President Trump has gone and he's had them cleaned. So everything is cleaned up. The grounds are well taken care of. There's a lot of beautiful greenery in Washington, D.C. And he's made it gorgeous again to welcome visitors from around the world. And I love that he's done that. I love that this is happening on the National Mall. And Jim Acosta can kiss our collective butts down there trying to disparage what's happening on the National Mall. Okay, I've had my say. What do you want to do next here?
If you want to pull Jen Heiling, I think that's how you say her last name, or Healing.
Where is that one?
The Angel Mom.
Angel Mom. Oh, yes. This is after yesterday's other Angel Mom.
Well, this is actually from back in April.
Okay.
Because this was, again, that, no other way to put it, that very unlikable, ugly scoundrel, Pramila Jayapal. It's the fourth time. This is from one of the other times that this committee had to meet. Jen Heiling was absolutely put off by the comparison of Renee Good to her son, Brady. Brady and his girlfriend were killed when an illegal immigrant allegedly drove the wrong way while intoxicated. And they didn't have
so many of those stories.
They didn't have a choice in what happened to them, and it's completely unfair. And listening to his mother lay this out for the committee was very powerful.
All right. Of course, I'm still running another video. Okay, keep talking, Sam.
It's okay.
Well, I get rid of this one. All right.
I don't have any kids yet. It's something my wife and I talk about all the time, though. Yeah. And my heart breaks for this woman being the son of a mother. I could not imagine, leaving my mom in this way on this earth. And my prayers, my thoughts are with this.
All right, here we go.
Renee Good is not the same as Angel Family. She made a choice. She left her home that day, made the choice. Brady and Hallie didn't get a choice. Carissa didn't get a choice. Joshua didn't get a choice. They're living American laws, the American dream. They're trying to make this place better, and they were stolen by somebody who doesn't care. Renee Good is not the same as Angel Family.
Yeah, couldn't agree with her more. And these moms, I posted the one yesterday. I cannot.
Sheridan Gorman's mom.
Yeah. I sat in the newsroom yesterday before Dan came in, watching her videos, tears just streaming down my face. I couldn't even collect myself because of the pain and the angst, the anguish in that woman's voice, and in the way she just, you can tell she just missed her daughter so much. And for the left to compare the Renee Goods of this world, I'm sorry Renee Good is not with us anymore, but she's right. She made a choice. Not only did she just go out that day, but she made a choice to step on the gas pedal. That's a choice. And so, yeah, these women break my stinking heart.
Yeah, and to follow it up, yesterday after the whole blow up in the committee hearing, Representative Andy Biggs out of Arizona. I mean, scorched earth. I think decorum should be scaled back when there's proper cause for it. But he very poignantly delivered and pointed out that the Democrats just don't care. They don't show up for these things.
All right, let's play his video. Here he is speaking yesterday.
This isn't just the fourth hearing. We actually had a field hearing in Phoenix, Arizona on this, where we had Angel families come in and testify. Do you know how many from Democrats came? Not one. Zero. No one came. They didn't care enough to come to that field hearing. What a shame. It's really, really too bad.
Yeah, it is too bad. Talk about making choices. That's their choice too.
Yeah.
They don't care.
It's disgusting. It's deplorable. And if you want to pull up that Irishman clip, kind of ties into it a little bit. Or we can't just talk about it, but a guy went and interviewed a elderly homeless Irishman, and they were kind of talking about, well, why don't you at least have a blanket? Why hasn't the city come around and offered you something?
Is he homeless?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's about how the taxpayer money in Ireland is just, it's bleeding out into these immigrant communities that are coming in and living off of the welfare state.
Become more difficult to get housing recently?
Well, I'm Irish.
Yeah.
To my backbone. Grandfather, Irish. My grandmother, Irish. My mother, Irish. My dad, Irish. Me, I'm Irish. But
full Irish.
How come I'm the one that's sleeping in the corner there?
That's why I wanted to ask.
How come I haven't got a sleeping blanket?
To see the living conditions of some of these new asylum seekers in Dublin, we headed to the City West Hotel, a beautiful estate that used to be a luxury golf resort that was purchased by the Irish government in June of 2025 for 148 million euros, despite the locals protesting, and then converted into a full-time asylum accommodation center.
Oh my gosh.
This property is beautiful, and the asylum seekers living here are funded by the Irish taxpayer.
It's a 2-minute
Imagine
clip if
how
you want to go ahead and
frustrating
pull it
it
down,
might
but just getting that first half of it, that is what the Democrats want in this country. And they want you and I to pay for it. And it could not be any more obvious that it's just absolutely asinine. And we're finally seeing, people in Scotland and Ireland speak out and have their rallies and protests over it. But it all
they have to do more than that. They have to overthrow.
Oh no, they'll have to. They'll have to have their own Boston Tea Party situation. Because people leave out the part that there were some buildings burned in that.
Look at these people and how they're dressed, and then compare it to that man who's homeless.
Exactly. They're able to stay clean, take care of themselves. They've got a nice place, very nice place to stay. They probably eat for free. I mean, it's just absolutely insane.
And this reporter's being kicked out at this very moment.
Just for investigating it. But it all kind of, if you want to end on this final clip, I cannot believe that the soon-to-be former leader of the Labour Party in the United Kingdom thought that this was some kind of a flex or some kind of a brag. The Keir Starmer clip that I sent you.
Yeah, I got it.
Just a reminder that even though America is imperfect in a lot of ways, and it's been an experiment that has had its ups and downs, we are still the greatest nation to ever exist in such a small amount of time. And we should always be proud to be American, because I would not be proud to be British if this is what my prime minister had to say.
Just a note here. He's standing in front of pride flags all over behind him.
Really proud that we've got the gayest parliament. I don't think it's just about time anywhere in the world. I don't think there's any parliament that is gayer than this parliament. Really
they're so proud that it's a fully gay parliament.
People were just, this has to be AI. Nope. This is 100% Keir Starmer is so proud of how gay their party is. They are the gayest party in the world.
That's just an insane, and they should be kissing him goodbye. Like, exit stage left a lot faster than November, I think it is that he said or September he's staying on till. Get out of town, buddy.
Oh,
what a piece of crap.
You got to watch your words. Like, we live in a clippable society where you got to be careful. You don't, like if you're a talk show host and you've got a live spot and you're trying to say something about the SAVE Act passing and you accidentally say packed ass instead. I get that. It's clippable. People will use that against you. But to then outright claim how proud you are, as what I'm assuming is a straight man, to be part of the gayest party on planet Earth.
It's just an insane notion. Oh my gosh!
It makes me think of all the revolutionaries that died in the war to set this nation free from the British Isles and everything. It really cracks me up. I really hope they're laughing at it. And they're like, by George, they are the gayest parliament in the world.
I'm glad we separated from them. All right, Sam, it's 5:56. I guess we have to talk about what's coming up in the news. And then we'll get to some commercials and get to your news for you coming up here. What is it, Sam? What you got?
Well, how big is Nashville doing up the 4th of July?
Yeah, this is a good question.
I will tell you, it's going to be pretty huge. Pretty huge, as they say. And a different type of Tesla crash, and this one is resulting in some criminal charges. Those stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's 6 a.m., and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A fatal crash involving a Tesla semi in the Houston area nearly 2 weeks ago has resulted in criminal charges. ABC's Jim Ryan has the update.
The force of the crash was horrific and captured by a doorbell camera. 76-year-old Martha Avila was killed when a Tesla Model 3 came through the wall. Michael Butler said his car was in autopilot at the time, but Tesla has refuted that claim based on data from the car. Now the 44-year-old Butler has been charged with manslaughter and ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
10 people are under arrest and dozens of victims have been rescued in a major human trafficking crackdown in Los Angeles, News Nation reports. Federal and local authorities announced the arrest as part of the second phase of Operation Broken Blade, targeting sex trafficking along the Figueroa corridor in South LA. Among those charged are 6 alleged members and associates of the Hoover criminal gang, plus the manager of a local motel accused of profiting from the operation. Prosecutors say the group controlled trafficking activity for years, victimizing dozens, including minors as young as 14. Officials describe the indictments as a major blow against exploitation in one of the city's most notorious corridors. If convicted, several defendants face 15 years to life in federal prison. A first phase of the operation was launched last year. And Nashville is pulling out all the stops for America's 250th birthday, according to Channel 5, with its biggest Let Freedom Sing celebration yet. The free, family-friendly event returns July 3rd and 4th, featuring more than 30 local artists across 7 stages, from country and pop to rock and Latin. Organizers say the grand finale will be the largest fireworks and drone show in city history, with 1,000 drones lighting up the sky alongside the biggest fireworks shells Nashville has ever launched. Deanna Ivey with the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation says it's going to be a music-filled spectacular for everyone. Last year's event drew 365,000 people, pumping nearly $24 million into the local economy. This year's 250th anniversary blowout is expected to be even bigger. So yes, traffic will probably be a nightmare, but we here in Music City will let freedom sing. That's the latest news. We'll have your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. All right, looks like they had that overturned semi out at 840 cleaned up and off of the traffic center map, but we do have an injury crash to report in the Percy Priest Dam area.
Whoops.
At Bell Road and Blackwood Drive. That's going to be just off of I-40 near the Lakeview Grill and Lotus Inn area, so keep an eye out for that this morning as you make your way to the interstate. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning, sometimes interrupted by Joan on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:07 here on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm Joan Jones at 6:06 here, and I get to sit in the air chair today for Dan Mandis, who is taking a little break. He gets a 4-day break here, and he rests up until Monday, and then he'll be back on Monday. So we have RJ, who's helping us out in the production studio, in the... do we call it a product? What do we call that?
I think we call it the production studio.
Okay.
And yes, I'm bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and running off 1 hour of sleep. Let's make it happen.
Perfect. That sounds great, RJ. Thank you. I just appreciate that you're even here.
I call it the fart factory.
The fart. See, and I'm always reluctant when I'm finished news to go in and say goodbye to whoever's in the studio there, because I just feel like you guys are boys and you've been alone for hours and you probably feel like it's, free time.
There's an air purifier in there for a reason.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't want to be in here on the weekend, I will say.
Yeah, okay.
Jackson has a bit of fun on Fridays.
Oh, you guys, honestly, it's just, I don't understand boys sometimes, And of course,
you raise one?
I did. Two. I have two. And yeah, they did a little farting. Okay. So Sam is sitting in for me. He's got the news, handling the news all morning for us here. And then we have something really special at 8:30 because Chris Hand is going to be here. And I've got the best story of the day that's going to come from Chris. And we're all going to witness it together today. So please, if you do nothing else today, make sure that at 8:30 you tune back in to hear the crisscross.
I don't
today.
know if it gets better than the UK admitting that they're gay. But
No, it's a little better than that. This is going to give you a little hope.
Oh,
little hopey changey thing. Now, Dan Mandis, yes, is vacationing, but he's working for me. You know how?
How?
He's sending me stories. I love Dan. He wanted to make sure that I got this story that maybe, we could talk about here on the air. And I think this is worthy. This comes from the Daily Mail, which I love because sometimes they carry the stories that the press here in the United States just will not touch. And this is one of them. This is out of the state of Idaho, I think. Sorry, Dan, I'm messing it up already. Let's read it together, shall we? 8 death row inmates could soon be marched into Idaho's newly built $1.2 million execution chamber after the state officially made the firing squad its primary method of carrying out the death penalty. So it gets better. I guess better. You can decide whether this is better or not. But beginning July 1st, Idaho became the only state in America where condemned inmates will, by default, face a hail of bullets instead of a lethal injection. It's a dramatic policy shift that was prompted by last year's botched attempt to execute convicted murderer Thomas Eugene Creech. Now, this has a familiar tone because it was just a couple of months ago that there was a botched attempt to put an inmate to death here in Tennessee.
Tony Carruthers.
And yes, and what did they do? They packed him back up and put him back in his little cell, and now everybody's saying, oh, we need to stop with this lethal injection. It's cruel. It's inhumane. And in my humble opinion, when the legislature comes back in January, what I'd like them to do is to take up this issue and just do what Idaho has just done and make the situation so that we can have a firing squad to put people to death. It's quicker, costs a whole lot less, and all they needed in the state of Idaho is volunteers. Yes, they're having volunteers come and be the ones who put the lethal bullets into the killers, whatever these people have done, into their little bodies to make them go away. So Republican Governor Brad Little, who seeks a third term in November, signed both firing squad bills into law. State officials have now unveiled the chilling blueprint for exactly how the executions will unfold, from recruiting volunteer police officers to pulling the trigger to the possibility of a second volley of bullets if the unlucky inmate survives the first round. Rather than relying on prison execution specialists, Idaho will recruit 6 volunteer law enforcement officers to form a firing squad. 3 primary officers will fire the fatal shots, while the 2 alternates stand by in reserve. And then the 6th officer will act as the team leader, loading the IDOC-owned rifles and directing the execution. And the identities of every volunteer remain confidential under state law. Only the prison director and deputy director will know who the shooters are. What do you think about this? Do you think that this is appropriate for executions here in the United States? I mean, it harkens back to an age that we have long passed, but it certainly would clear up how the executions are done and make them, it happens today. It's just kind of the way we would like our voting to be. It's execution day. Well, it ends on execution day. It's execution day at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is the time that person's death certificate is signed. Right? Don't we want to have our voting days, our election days the same? It's election day? Oh, okay, so it's 5 o'clock and voting is done. So this is the immediate way that this can be carried out. All right, so we've opened phone lines. I'd love to hear what you think about this one because I just think it's a super topic, and I thank Dan for sending it along. So here's the Super Talk number, 615. Tell me if I get this right, RJ. 615-737-9986, right? That's the text line. That's the call line.
You got it.
Okay. So, yeah, there we go. 615-737-9986. What do you think about firing squads? I mean, is this the appropriate way for us to end the lives of people who have terrorized? I mean, imagine the guy, the Gilgo Beach killer that was just sentenced, I think, to like decades of. He'll never see the light of day again. He's the guy that murdered all the prostitutes and buried their bodies in the beach in, I think it's Long Island at that point. I mean, is he a guy that would be eligible for this kind of death? And do you have any feelings like why that shouldn't be happening that way? Is there some justification for not doing it with a firing squad? What do you think, RJ?
I mean, I'll take the firing squad over swabbing their arm with alcohol before giving them an injection. You don't want them to die and get an infection.
Right. Right. It does seem kind of silly, right? Somebody is on the line if you want to answer that one, and we'll get.
I think it doesn't go far enough. We might have seen it in the Brian Kohberger case.
Okay.
The quadruple murder, but at the last second, I don't think they should have taken it up. And the way it works with death penalty cases is you've got to basically have 2 trials, one for the conviction, and if you're convicted on the highest count, then you basically have a chance to lobby for why you shouldn't be killed in the what they call the penalty phase.
Yeah.
And so I thought we were going to see that first use of a firing squad and for how many years or whatever. With Kohberger, the last second they took a plea deal. I think it comes down a great deal to the caliber of choice. I think. Well,
they're going to use. I mean, they're not going to use a little tiny pistol. They're going to use shotguns, right?
Shotguns. That's brutally violent.
Well, do we want?
I think.
Do we want them to live? No. I mean, the purpose of it.
No, but as a great firearms instructor once said, the right load at the right range. Pistols put holes in people. Rifles put holes through people. Shotguns physically remove a chunk of crap from a person and throw that crap on the floor.
Well, yeah, I guess there'd be a big cleanup.
Yeah. I mean, it would be like...
Wow, there's a lot of people interested in this.
You shoot a 12-gauge slug at a close range, you're cleaning up...
Well, why are we doing it? I mean, it doesn't have to be at close range either. All right, honestly. All right. Joni in Columbia. Are you there, Joni? Did I do something wrong with the... Hang on, I think we need RJ to help us out here with this because I'm not really sure what I've done wrong. So, RJ, I just hit the button for Joni. Oh, I think... There we go. Hello.
Okay, hi.
I love your name. Go on.
Okay, thank you. I don't know a lot about guns. I have a gun. I don't shoot it because we don't go out and practice. I don't carry it, because we don't practice. But my thought is that that's a great idea, actually, but I would be concerned for the people that are shooting them. Like if it's a fixed sticks, and because we have a friend that's a vet, and my daughter said that veterinarians have a high suicide and they put animals down a lot. And I don't know how much this would mess with people's heads if they're shooting people all the time. If that's, well, that doesn't happen often. But
I don't know. I think if you have the moral, like you're morally in your head, you're in the right space, like you get it. If this person has raped and murdered children, if you're putting them to death, you're feeling like, well, that's okay.
We're taking you off the streets where a vet is putting an animal down that people love. I see what you're saying, too. I just thought, as you were talking about it, I just thought about how they have a high rate of suicide. But no, you're right.
Okay.
You're right. So I'm on board with it.
Okay. Joni, you're on the good column. All right. Thanks for calling in.
Just to make a quick point for that.
Billy, this is you. Hang on for 1 second. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sam. What were you going to say?
Just that, kind of the theory is, and how they used to do it, is they would load everybody up with a rifle, and they would only give 2 to 3 shooters out of the 5 or 6 live ammunition. So
I see.
Like a Caesar situation, he was stabbed by all of his men at once. You don't know who actually delivered the fatal blow.
Okay. All right, Billy, in Nashville, what are you thinking about this?
Well, I think firing squad's great. However, they can be executed. I have wondered for years, why do we even bother that it be humane for them because of the heinous acts that they've done.
Right.
I would go for public hangings on the city square.
Ooh. Now that's another level, Billy. That's another level.
It's another level, but still yet, I think it would be a deterrent.
A deterrent, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
And it would only take a second to kill the person with the proper fall.
Yeah.
With the terminal speed of velocity and the weight of the person, snap their neck, and it would be it.
Ooh, man, oh man, Billy. I don't know.
And rope is cheap.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, Billy, thank you. Mike in Nashville, your thoughts on this, on the execution squads? Hey, Mike, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I fully agree with it. I mean, shoot them up. I mean, and they shouldn't be on death row for 30-something years, but I've got a caveat to it. Child molesters,
yeah,
they should just be burned at the stake.
Oh, I see. There's a special place for them, and you're right. I mean, and personally, we would have to trust our judicial system enough to know that if that person is sitting in that seat, and this is where, the protesters to, the death penalty come in, and they kind of undermine everything that we believe about our judicial system, because in every case they're saying, oh no, this guy, it wasn't really him. They got it wrong. The conviction was wrong. He should be given another trial for a technicality. And that's when we start to doubt our judicial system. But we would have to trust it enough to know that if this person is sitting in this chair, standing up against a wall and about to be hit with a bunch of bullets, or in your scenario, burned at the stake, that they really did deserve it. And I just think that it solves a whole lot of issues for us if we're just getting it done within one day.
Mike, I like where your head's at. My question is, burning at the stake or shark feeding frenzy?
Or wood chipper. I got 3
wood
children,
chipper,
and
yeah.
if somebody hurt one of my daughters, I would go try to bail them out and kill them myself.
Yeah, I get
That's
it.
just me.
I get it. Mike, thank you so much. Caitlin in Lebanon, or Lebanon. I'm learning, Caitlin. I'm learning. Calton? Calton. Gotcha, Calton. Calton in Lebanon. What do you think, Calton?
I like the deterrent factor.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a good Christian and say, yeah, put them up there and fill them full of bullets. But you know what? It's always bugged the crap out of me that they get to sit in prison for 30 years, waiting on death row, whatever happened to a speedy death.
Yeah.
That's a great deterrent, is if they would say, as far as I'm concerned, you're guilty, you go next week.
Yeah.
So
right. Instead of using up all the resources of taxpayers to, have your 3 squares every day, right?
No doubt. That's my thought.
Yeah. All right. Calton, thank you so much. We've got Linda in Watertown. This is a hot topic, Linda. What are you thinking about this? Why is it such a hot topic?
Well, I think because the people that are against the shots to put them to death, because it's inhumane, is ridiculous.
Do you think it's any more inhumane than putting a needle in their arm and letting them die that way?
What? What'd you say?
Do you think it's any more inhumane than putting a needle in their arm and shooting drugs in their bodies?
What? Firing squad?
Firing squad, yeah.
I think it's more inhumane.
And you're okay with that?
No, I'd rather them be put to death with a shot.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
When you're in surgery, they put you to sleep. You don't feel anything.
You don't feel anything, right? We're supposed to be a civilized society that even allows the people that deserve death to go quietly into the night.
I think so. I mean, they're paying their penalty.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Linda, thank you so much. We've got John in Columbia. John, this is like super hot. Why is it that everybody, are you by any chance former or current law enforcement?
I am not.
Okay.
I think that people ought to be put to death the way they killed their victims. And some of the horror stories you hear about the way that people get murdered, if these people would get done the same way, I don't think you would see half the horror you see in murders today.
Man, you got something there.
I think it just ought to be taken care of right away, but I think it needs to be beyond a doubt because there are innocent people in prison.
Yeah.
Yes. We all know it, but I think if it's beyond a shadow of a doubt, you ought to be put down the way that you put your victims down.
Can you imagine?
The exact way.
Yeah. Holy cow. All right, John, that's an interesting idea, and thank you for that. Appreciate it. I think we have skipped our traffic report, and we need to do that here, and then we'll come back with more of your calls coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, we still have that injury crash at Bell Road and Blackwood Drive. And Joan, if you want to go ahead and go to the break here, I can tell you what's coming up in the news.
Why don't you do that for us? So we just have one accident. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's that same injury crash at Bell Road and Blackwood Drive over in the Percy Priest area. But coming up at 6:30, did a Tennessee gubernatorial candidate have a valid reason to not answer questions? And Mayor Freddie O'Connell thinks he has the data center project by the claw.
Oh,
those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
For my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, the real estate market has really changed. If you are stuck in a home that you simply cannot sell, call my friends at Mark Spain. If your open houses are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your home goes unsold, call Mark Spain. Their guaranteed offer keeps you in control. You're going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit when you go through Mark Spain. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients and is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. 13,000 five-star reviews cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. So call them right now. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, get out of your home fast, and move on to the next chapter in your life. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
It is 6:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A viral moment is raising eyebrows in Tennessee's Republican governor's race. U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn is claiming she couldn't answer questions about her campaign for governor because she was, quote, on federal time. News Channel 5's Ben Hall caught the exchange outside an elevator after Blackburn spoke at a Nashville tech event. When asked about debating opponents and her plans for governor, she repeatedly said she's talking to Tennesseans every single day. Blackburn later told WTN's Dan Mandis she was at a federal event and legally couldn't comment, but fellow Republicans, including political commentator Steve Gill, say that claim doesn't really hold up, noting that she was in a public hallway after the event had ended. Even the radio host sounded skeptical. News Channel 5 has repeatedly asked Senator Blackburn for an interview, and their offer still stands. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell plans to use eminent domain to block a proposed data center near the Nashville Zoo. The move follows a letter from the Southern Environmental Law Center raising concerns about potential harm to the endangered Nashville crayfish, whose habitat sits just a quarter mile away, the Tennessee Star reports. The group also cited worries that data center noise could affect zoo animals like the clouded lepers and the lemurs. Supporters of the project note the crayfish was previously considered for removal from the endangered list due to its resilience. Mayor O'Connell's plan is hanging by a claw. Fox News with an interesting story.
Okay.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is catching heat from some Hollywood stars after saying he wants to keep his politics private. You remember that era when you didn't ask people who they voted for or judge them by it? In a recent Esquire interview, the actor explained he's stepping back from public political comments, saying he hates the division and the slinging that comes with it. Johnson previously endorsed Joe Biden in 2020, but chose not to endorse anyone in 2024, citing the backlash it caused. Star Trek legend George Takei called Johnson's silence complicity, while actor Will Wheaton labeled him a coward in a since-deleted post. But comedian Matt Rife pushed back, joking that Johnson could physically overpower his critics, but chooses not to engage in the online drama. Johnson says his focus remains on creating art and storytelling, and that politics is now between him and the ballot box. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and DT McCalls wants to say thank you for over 100 years of doing business here in Middle Tennessee. It's DT McCall's Customer Appreciation Day. It happened 7. They've also got prize drawings and food from 11 to 1. It's DT McCall's as they say thank you to you. Discounts, food, and prizes this Saturday at DT McCall's at their Carthage location. Details at dtmccalls.com.
A shocker. Still just that one injury crash. Bell Road, Blackwood Drive in the Percy Priest area. No major delays, no volume really building up. A little bit here on 24 as you're making your way past Laverne. There's going to be some slowdowns just outside of the airport. Other than that, things look pretty clear. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And, oh, okay. Well, okay, you could have played that as well. So we're looking at the forecast today for clouds and some possible thunderstorms this afternoon. Now, Stefano's not talking about severe thunderstorms, but they could get a little gusty. Our high today is 97. And then it kind of looks like that for the rest of the weekend, too. Friday, partly cloudy, 97. Saturday, partly cloudy, 94. Sunday's even a little bit cooler than that, but there's a chance of thunderstorms each day. And, you know, that's the way it always goes around here during the summertime. 6:36, or do we need to do a sponsorship here or no? Okay. Nope. All right. So there you go. 6:36 here. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And it's Joan, and I'm filling in for Dan, who's texting me because he woke up early this morning and he can't get any sleep. I love it.
I take responsibility there.
Did you wake him up?
I texted him and wanted to make sure we had spots in.
Ah, I see. Yeah, it's your fault.
They weren't in.
Okay, well.
Whoa. It's partially.
I see. All right.
It's because I had to.
Yes.
If I didn't have to, it wouldn't have been my fault.
I understand.
Hey, if he hadn't done it, we wouldn't have Dan's spots this morning, so that makes my job easier.
I see. All right. There you go. It's a group effort, and we like it. So, Dan, standing by and listening this morning, and I have a friend on the telephone, Kathy Hinners, a friend of the show and a friend of mine who is a former police officer. So, Kathy, welcome back to the show. You were an officer in Albany, New York, correct?
Yeah, for 21 years. Yeah.
Okay. So there's this notion that in Idaho, they've decided that, you know, the lethal injection path isn't working because it screws up. And then there's all this angst about whether or not we should be doing a lethal injection to kill an inmate who is, you know, on death row anyway. So they decided to go the route of using a firing squad instead. And they would use volunteer police officers to do the killings. And so I thought this would be an interesting thing for you to chime in on because, you know, I wonder, like, is that something that you personally would have said, oh, yeah, I'll do that? Would you raise your hand?
Probably not.
No.
But I think it's a good idea to a point. But I really don't see that it's going to come to fruition, though. When you look back at different things, and I'll start with first, they have come out years, you know, later that a person's been in prison, you know, on death row, they find DNA results, and they show that that person was wrongfully convicted. So there's those people.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of activists that are going to be involved that they say that it's inhumane and, you know, it's all these other things. I understand lethal injection has its problems, but I do believe at some point, so would firing squads. Everybody's, you know, not perfect, and that perfect shot might not always happen. So do you have to worry about something like that? You know, somebody gets shot in the wrong place or something? No, I don't know.
So the setup here for this would be that they have a 6-person squad, essentially. 3 of them have guns and would be the 3 that are firing. 2 would be alternatives in case something happened to their gun. They back out, you know, whatever the situation is. And then 1 person who's actually leading the charge here during the firing of the firing squad, taking the life of this person. So, you know, you're not talking about just 1 person firing a shot. It'll happen quickly, and I would imagine the person has a mask on over their eyes, like they can't see when it's coming.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it would be a deterrent. I certainly think it would be a deterrent.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this happen with, you know, treason, with people that have committed treason in the country.
So maybe, for levels of different crimes, it would be something that would be chosen.
I think, too, the other thing, you know, we're seeing these far left people get, well, communists and socialists, we're seeing them get elected But their platforms alone are probably going to prevent this if we continue to get these people elected. A lot of them now are calling for, the abolishing of police or criminal justice reform.
Even prisons, they're saying we shouldn't have prisons anymore.
I know. This is so crazy. We've got this one woman that was just elected in New York City that wants to open the prison doors and let everybody out.
Yeah.
And so, if we're looking at these type of officials that we're going to start electing in different states, the whole policy is going to be changed. And then there'll be more reason to have firing squads, obviously, because the crimes are going to go through the roof. But I think overall, I think it's a good idea and I think people like it, but I don't know that it'll ever come to fruition because I think people still think it's inhumane. They don't understand what happens with lethal injections, where a person actually has to go through the pain, for that first round of shots. So I don't think people quite get it. And I do think this would be effective because it would be immediate. The person would just, die immediately. But I don't know if Americans are ready for that. I hear your callers and I agree, but I'm not sure America as a whole is ready for that.
Idaho apparently is because that's what they're doing. Like they're not doing lethal injection anymore. They're doing firing squad.
Yeah, I'm going to be anxious to follow that, and kind of see how it plays out if the activists get involved and, they start, because there's always appeals, even if they're on death row, people still go for the appeal process and stuff. So it's going to be interesting, to see how this plays out. I can't see it happening in Tennessee necessarily, but it is an interesting thought. And, maybe it would be a deterrent, and Lord knows we could use deterrence for crime.
We certainly could. Okay, I want to get your take on one other issue here, because I know that you're involved in the political sphere in one way or the other. And so there's this story that's out. We had Marsha Blackburn here on the air yesterday with Dan, and she talked. Did you listen, first of all, to the interview with Dan?
Most of it. I couldn't stomach most of it, but...
So she claims, and News Channel 5 is making a big deal of that this morning. It says that the headline from News Channel 5 is, Blackburn claims she was on federal time, which prevented her from talking about her campaign for governor. This was when she was making an appearance, and somebody was a reporter asking her questions, and they had to chase her into the elevator, and the elevator doors close after a while. It was a little uncomfortable. But she said she was unable to make any comments because she was there on a federal talking something about federal issues. And so she was not going to talk about local issues because that's not what she was allowed to do. What do you think about that? Is that something that you see as being dodgy, or did she have a legitimate claim there?
No absolute claim. No, that was ridiculous. And I thought it was hysterical because it was so awkward how she kept just saying, she talks to Tennesseans every day. And I just don't buy the, working on the under federal time. That was ridiculous. But she did have some interesting things to say when she was saying about meeting with Tennesseans. She's meeting with various regional business leaders, educated healthcare providers. She's not really meeting with Tennesseans. Yes, she has had a few where she's attended, dinners that she's paying for or that she's buying tickets for. But as far as her, talking to Tennesseans, it's not happening. And so the one thing that did interest me, though, she's meeting with people like some lawyers and different people from a law firm in Nashville called Bassberry and Sims. And when you look at who they are, how they work with Tennessee Justice for Neighbors, which is basically working pro bono for filing petitions for people from Afghanistan and Haiti and things like that. So I haven't found a connection between them and the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, but it wouldn't surprise me. And they're also working pro bono for the reform of criminal justice. So she's meeting with people from these type places, and I don't find that to be very helpful, and it makes you wonder. And then, I also thought it was funny about her Starbucks. She said Starbucks got religion. No, they did not get religion. If you go back on their website, they're still talking about diversity, fostering inclusion, and contributing to, the LGBTQ plus sign there. For the past 12 years, they've done that.
Yeah.
So, they're not changing their colors. And I think the other interesting thing was that she's taking money. Her largest donations are coming from Texas, California, and New York. Tennessee is actually number 2. So it would be Texas, Tennessee, and then California. So those are where her donations are coming from, her top 3 donations. And she recently took a $1 million donation from the guy that owns TikTok. So you just kind of have to look and really, research. People are like, name familiarity. That shouldn't mean anything because her name isn't really that great. I'm sure people are, going to be calling in saying, Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. But I think
in her defense, the polling right now shows that she's in the lead. So she must be doing something right. Who knows?
Yeah, right. I think it's people just don't want to research and they're not familiar with, third parties and people are scared to, leave what's comfortable.
Yeah.
And that's what's getting us in this mess.
Right. And I think that's why you saw Dan bring the other candidates on for, 1 hour shows. Each of them spent an hour with Dan, John Rose and Monty Fritz, each spent an hour. And then that was her chance to come on the air and have her say as well. So, all right, Kathy Henners, I always appreciate when you have a little something to say to us here on the morning show. And I appreciate you calling in this morning.
All right. Thanks, Joan.
Happy 4th to you. Happy Independence Day, Kathy Henners. All right, 6:46 here. Yeah, got to check in with traffic here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And as far as your weather goes, I feel like I'm saying it exactly the way Dan says it. We've got clouds today. We've got thunderstorms possible later on as well. And Stefano's talking about the possibility that, if they get a little strong, there'll be some winds. It'll be heavy downpours, but we're not looking at severe weather. 97 for a high today, but the feels like is, 105, 110. Same areas we were for the past couple of days. And then Friday, partly cloudy, afternoon thunderstorms, high 97. Saturday looks like partly cloudy, afternoon thunderstorms possible again, and a high of 94. And Sunday looking even the same as that, but the temp is going to be coming down a little bit on Sunday. And then we lead into even cooler temperatures if you call the high 80s cooler temperatures for the rest of the week. So right now, I don't know what you have over there, Sam, but I think it's like 80 degrees already here in Nashville. I guess Sam's working. Gosh, I hate when he's working. Okay, so
now you see how Dan feels.
I see.
See, I had it ready to go, and I was going one Mississippi.
You're messing with me.
It's currently 78 right now.
Yeah,
but the humidity is 89%.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. Okay, 6:48 here, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, this segment was supposed to be devoted to something that I like to call politicians acting badly, because there's just there's a wealth of that happens on a regular basis. So, the first thing that I wanted to bring to all of our attention today was that of California Senator Scott Wiener. He just voted down a bill that would prevent registered sex offenders from getting into political office, from being capable of running for office, because Scott Wiener calls what they do minor crimes. Here he is chit-chatting with somebody. So if you're on Super Talk, you can see this, but there was audio from him, and I just don't see it here. But yes, so Scott Wiener believes that he should be able to, here we go. This is him having his say. He thinks that those are minor crimes and they should not make that person suffer the rest of their lives because they're a pedophile.
This is potentially a very dangerous road we're going down, to say that minor crimes are going to ban you for life for running for office. That we live in a democracy where people get to run for office, including people who have a lot of flaws.
Okay, so a lot of flaws. I mean, honestly. So here's actually the text of that bill. Critics grilled him at a hearing. This happened on Tuesday, so earlier this week, on the new exemptions that were added to a bill that would block criminals convicted of felony sexual assault or human trafficking from elected office. And that was his response to it. The carve-outs, now listen to this, the carve-outs exclude from the definition of sexual assault anything involving a minor under 18, the acts of sodomy, oral copulation. I'm sorry to have to bring this up while you're having your Cheerios this morning, but this is how it is. So anyone under a minor, sexual assault involving a minor under 18, acts of sodomy, oral copulation, and sexual penetration, as well as individuals older than 21 engaging in sex acts with people who are younger than 16, who are automatically hit with felony charges. Those people, he believes, should be able to run for political office. Guys like that, I mean, and he's been around for a long time. And if you watch that video of him earlier this week where there was, I don't even know if it was a reporter or if it was just a typical Joe. It sounded like it was just some guy who was off his rocker following him around at an event. He was, at a downtown Pride event all by himself. And somebody actually approached him and was yelling at him because he's not crazy enough. He's not left enough. These people are insane. And this is the kind of programming, the kind of politicking that he ascribes to. And he thinks that you should be ascribing to the same thing. Like, how dare you think a pedophile would automatically bar you from being in office?
Oh, and I've got some more audio from him on that if you want it.
Oh, I do want it. Go for it.
That the sex offender registry contains a massive array of crimes, including, having sex in a car or in a park. That gets you on the sex offender registry. We also know that LGBTQ people have been massively and disproportionately targeted and subjected to being slammed onto the sex offender registry. That's the whole history of the sex offender registry.
What?
So this aspect of the bill is incredibly overbroad.
You listed off what the parameters of stuff were, and it was a lot of stuff to do with children, specifically what it sounds like boys. And I don't know how you go from, you can be on the sex offender registry for having sex in a car in a public park, which, straight people do, and they get in trouble for it. But to then launch in how that somehow makes the LGBTQ community overly discriminated against in this situation?
That's insane.
I mean, the guy he's not right in the head. And the really funny part is, he's not the craziest politician with the last name Wiener to ever be in office.
That is so true. But you know what I learned? I looked him up last night. I did a little, background check on him. I am mortified to tell you this. He grew up in Washington Township, New Jersey, which is like a stone's throw from where my kids grew up. I am mortified. Somehow he ended up, moving himself to California, and he ended up in San Francisco of all places, and decided, that his lifestyle matched theirs.
If there's one place for all the gay, weird wieners to end up, it would be San Francisco.
But it's so, how did he come from the same area that my kids grew up in? I mean, it's South Jersey, so it's not a crazy place. It's New Jersey, and I know that that's a little more on the progressive side, but really that's the North Jersey part. He grew up in South Jersey, which is kind of nice, and he ended up with this ideology. So where did that all come from?
No idea, and I swear I'm not trying to make a joke here, but we got politicians named Wieners taking pedophiles off the registry, calling it minor crimes.
Yeah.
It just sounds like you're reading a South Park script.
If you want more South Park script, check this out.
I will be voting no on
this. Is his official position,
recommending that the committee vote no. Sex offender registry is not punishment. It is a tool for law enforcement to be able to monitor people who may potentially cause a risk. And when we use the sex offender registry as a proxy for anything else, we get into problems. The way this bill was drafted and the way it passed out of the assembly would have gone back, and the way the bill is in print today, anyone who has ever at any moment in time, whether today or 70 years ago, would be precluded from running for office.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, what is wrong with that?
There's a little bit of reform, in my opinion, from the things that my parents and I have talked about, my cousins that are lawyers have talked about, that's needed. If you're a 17-year-old boy and you have a lapse in judgment and you grab somebody's butt you shouldn't in public, you shouldn't be on the sex offender registry for 15 years.
Right, okay.
You should be punished thoroughly. You should be on some form of registry for an extended period of time. But what he's tried to do is take that. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled years ago that they find the sex offender registry to be unconstitutional. Same with Washington State. There's some unconstitutional elements about it. I like to play both sides, and I think we do a good job here of trying to be, okay, what are the facts from both sides of the argument? And I happen to know someone that went to school with my younger brother. All he did was download a photo of an ex-girlfriend in his email account from when he was in high school. He was 2 years into college at this point, and Google flagged it for child pornography, and he was turned over to TBI, and he's serving 2 years in the state penitentiary for it.
And that will never get scrubbed from his.
And he will be on, I think in Tennessee, it might be, it's either 15 years or life. We don't have staggering registry requirements. So when he gets out, he'll be on the registry till he's in his 40s.
But the point of this Scott Wiener thing, is that his first name Scott? I don't know. Is that the rate of recidivism for people who commit actual crimes is very high.
The ones you listed.
Right. And so if you're talking about a guy who did it 70 years ago, he's still probably thinking the same thoughts at whatever age he is at this point. So I don't care how long ago it was. And if you're doing these things to people, you do not need to be anywhere near. Oh, yeah, I guess we got to go. You do not need to be anywhere near voters and have influence over how they're thinking or how their lives go because of the political stances that you take and the positions that you would take in a campaign and the things that you would enact when you're a politician. So that's crazy talk. We've got more crazy talk for you coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 657.
And coming up at 7 o'clock, a machete suspect has been nabbed, and Congressman Andy Ogles might have a way to overcome a SCOTUS ruling. Those stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Man, is it warming up outside and feeling amazing, and my friends at the Covered Patio can help you enjoy your backyard with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures. They do it all at the Covered Patio. You know, building or upgrading a patio can extend your living space. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and space. So come on, enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Online at thecoveredpatio.com, 615-695-2407, thecoveredpatio.com.
It is 7:01, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A Clarksville man is behind bars after police say he attacked a convenience store clerk with a machete during a robbery. 23-year-old Aaron Budu Singh faces an especially aggravated robbery charge after the late-night incident at the Easy Market on Boy Scout Road. Investigators say Budu Singh used a machete, stabbing the clerk multiple times. The victim is hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries. Officers arrested Budu Singh at his residence Wednesday morning without incident. He's being held on a $150,000 bond. The investigation is still ongoing. Iran is preparing for what it calls a historic funeral for Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, more than 4 months after his death in a U.S. strike. The burial is now set for July 9th in Tehran, with public viewings and massive processions planned over several days. Authorities are mobilizing the Baji militia and ramping up security, expecting huge crowds. Iranian officials are calling the event a show of national unity and resolve. However, analysts have noted limited high-level international attendance from major world powers. Questions remain about the delay, with experts saying the body has likely been held in refrigerated storage in line with religious exceptions. The funeral comes amid ongoing tensions following the conflict with Israel and the United States. And Tennessee State Representative Andy Ogles is pushing new legislation in response to the Supreme Court's recent ruling on birthright citizenship. Ogles has introduced the Anchors Away Act, aiming to address what he calls loopholes in current immigration policy. The bill comes after the High Court upheld birthright citizenship, a long-standing constitutional principle. Ogles says the legislation is designed to strengthen immigration enforcement and limit automatic citizenship for children of undocumented immigrants. Details of the proposal are still being finalized as it moves through the legislative process. And the Labor Department will get a head start on the weekend, releasing the hiring data a day early. ABC's Dave Packer reports.
The force of the crash was horrific and captured by a doorbell.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, no, that is not the right cut there. Whereas there it is. There, yeah. So we move that around.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah, don't you hate it, Joan?
Yeah.
May saw an unexpectedly strong gain of 172,000 jobs. But this morning's number could show a deceleration, with the forecast that U.S. employers added roughly 100,000 to 115,000 non-farm payroll jobs in June. These are numbers analysts say would show a labor market roughly in balance between workers and employers. Employers seem reluctant to hire or fire people right now, and that trend might clear the way for the Fed to possibly increase interest rates later this year. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And we've got your pre-market numbers. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. They got the Dow up 74 points. The NASDAQ is down 37, and the S&P futures are up 1.75. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. All right. Miraculously, still just one crash on the traffic map this morning. This time it's at Bell Road and Cane Ridge Road in the Antioch area, just outside of the interstate. There is some volume delay starting to build up as you make your way into downtown, particularly in the 24 and 65 loops. We'll have your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and we're already at 82 degrees on this Thursday morning, the 2nd of July. And so, it's going to be a hot and sweaty one today. Enjoy it, though. It is summer, and no matter what the media tells you about the extreme heat dome and we're all going to die, it's summer, folks. And we all know what this is like around here in Tennessee. At 7:08, I just want to say that, Sam, I think you're doing a lovely job, and I just appreciate that you jump in the chair and take over news and do it so well. So thank you. And RJ.
Well, I had a really good teacher. What can I say?
Yes, okay. And RJ, chef's kiss. You're doing a terrific job, and I thank you for spending an hour in bed overnight before you came in here to work so tirelessly at this radio station.
Well, I had a really good teacher in the form of Sam Rutherford.
See that? All right, kudos all around, guys.
Make sure you wipe off your nose.
So one of the things that I do, after I leave here during the day is that I work also, we're all owned, the corporate ownership, I think, is Westwood. I work for Westwood as well. I work as a stringer, as they call it. So I put shows on for... there we go. I have shows that I work on, and one is called America in the Morning. And so I have stories, and they tasked me this week with doing a series on the America 250. And so I put together some pieces about things that are happening around the country. And one of them that just knocked my socks off is one that I want to bring to you. And it's that time capsule that they're going to be burying at the Independence Mall in Philadelphia. They'll do it on the 4th. They've already sealed this time capsule. But what they've done is they've taken items from the federal government, from all 50 states and all of our territories, and they've put this into a time capsule. And CBS this morning had this terrific story about how they did it. Here's just a piece of how they did it and why they did the things that they did. This is a 1-ton time capsule that they're burying 10 to 15 feet below ground on that day.
Everybody the chance to talk to the future. It is a form of time travel for ideas and for physical things. So we need them to test paper, to test...
Tom Medema is the project manager for America's Time Capsule, responsible for assembling a team of experts across disciplines.
You've got scientists, you've got lawmakers, you've got librarians.
To fulfill a 2016 mandate from Congress to honor the semi-quincentennial.
You shall have a time capsule. It shall be buried in Philadelphia at Independence National Historical Park on the 4th of July.
And to be...
Which I want to point out, that happened during the first Trump administration. He saw it coming, and he wanted to make sure that Congress was prepared and that we were prepared to do something spectacular.
Unearthed on the occasion of America's 500th birthday.
Very prescriptive.
Who decides the content, the quality, the message of what goes in?
Right. We wanted all states and territories and D.C. to be represented, to choose their own objects to submit.
and it has to be sea to shining sea. It has to be grassroots, community.
Okay, so then, of course, it has to represent every state. So then I took a look at what every state was contributing to this time capsule. One of the things that they talk about in this description of the America 250 time capsule is that they had to make sure that everything that goes inside would not be something that would degrade. It would not rust. It would not release toxins or release any fluid, because those are the things that ruin a time capsule. And this particular time capsule was made in such a way, it's a ton and it's a cylinder. They had a couple of different designs that they were going for, but they decided on the cylinder because it doesn't have as many angles and places that would have to be welded together. So then they made a bubble inside of that. They say the worst thing for a time capsule is water. Water will always intrude. So then every state submitted what they were going to put into the time capsule. And forgive me if you already know what Tennessee put into the time capsule, but what I want from you people this morning right now is, if you were the one deciding what you would put in this time capsule for the state of Tennessee, what would you put in? Let's do that on the super text line. So it's 615-737-9986. And I want to tell you the things that did go into it, because there's some really cool things. Like in Arkansas put a diamond into this time capsule. The time capsule, by the way, has already been sealed. I didn't know this, and am I the only one that has no idea that there's a place called Crater of Diamonds State Park in Arkansas, and it's the only place in the U.S. where you can actually go and search for diamonds, and if you find one, it's yours. That's awesome. So they did. They went and dug up a diamond, and they put that in the time capsule. In California, they gave Claude AI the assignment of write me a prediction of what California will look like in 250 years from July 4th, 2026. So Claude, the artificial intelligence engine, came up with what he thought California would look like, and that's what they put in there. So that in 250 years, they get to open it up and say, hey, Claude was right or Claude was not. Postcards from Colorado, which is really, you think about postcards, whoop-de-doo, but honestly, they say that the hope is that their little windows into the past, when the capsule is open, will really show people 250 years from now what things are like. In Georgia, I'm a golfer, so this made me laugh. They have the Masters medallion in there. So it's a painted relief of the Masters logo on this medallion. Idaho put in a star garnet. They also put a precious stone into this time capsule. The Idaho star garnet, the state's official gemstone, represents Idaho's natural richness and geological heritage, found in Idaho and only one other place in the world. How cool is that? Iowa. 1914 Belgian relief coin. Now, the story behind that is that President Herbert Hoover led an unprecedented international food relief effort that saved millions of people in Europe from starvation post-World War I. And that 1914 coin was used to feed a Belgian child for a month. So he came up with this idea that he would sell a Belgian coin, and whatever Americans bought that coin for, they would use that money to help feed the Belgian children for a month. One coin would feed them for a month. Now, I think this is really cool, and it's a great piece of history. And I don't remember anybody saying that President Herbert Hoover was caring more for people across the world than he was about Americans themselves. Montana. They have a beaded vignette of Montana. Now, right now it's on a piece of fabric, and it looks like a buffalo, and it looks like the state of Montana. Initially, they had put it on a piece of animal skin, and because that would degrade, the people who are doing the organizing for America 250 said, take that one back. We need one that's not going to degrade or break down. One more before we go to break here. In Nebraska, they put a photo of a vice grip tool in it because that's what Nebraska is known for, the vice grip tool. So they couldn't put the actual vice grip tool in it, but they put a photo of it in it to say, hey, everybody, this is what we did. There's more coming up here, but we got to get you to traffic here at 7:16 on Super Talk 99.7 WCN. Something you want to say, RJ?
We'll get to it after traffic.
Okay, let's do that. Go to traffic. And for the forecast, we're looking at some clouds today. There may be some thunderstorms this afternoon. I mean, it's a possibility, and a high of 97 degrees. But again, the feels like temp is going to be 105 to 110. It's going to be another hot and sticky day. Right now, we're at 82 degrees. Okay, so for a few of you, I asked, like, what would you put in the time capsule? Oh, and RJ, you had something to add to this.
No, I was just looking at our super text line over here, and there's some great submissions.
Yes, okay, go, tell me.
Someone said, we had a couple people say we need to put a bottle of Tennessee whiskey in there.
I love that. But they wouldn't allow that because it's something that could escape, and it's,
Right.
Yeah.
And we couldn't agree on what whiskey.
Yeah, okay. True. Go
Props
ahead.
to the person. I believe this was, I can't find it, but they said we need to put Dolly Parton music in there.
Yeah, or something, having to do with Dolly.
But
right?
the honorable mention, I will say, goes to 3735 on the text line, who says we need to put an audio clip of the Joan Jones growl.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's funny.
Okay.
You want to give him a little growl? Go ahead. Oh, do you have it there? Oh, it's on the board. It's pre-recorded. All right.
Yeah, I got a
5467.
All right.
I would put my ex-wife in the time capsule so future generations can see what nagging was all about.
I'm sure they'll still be nagged in 250 years. Nevada has, now this is another really cool one, the Battle-Born Document. Nevada is known as the Battle-Born State because it entered the Union in 1864 during the American Civil War, becoming the 36th state. They supported President Lincoln's re-election efforts and helped to secure passage of the 13th Amendment, which, as you know, abolished slavery. Pretty cool, right? They also added, because they needed to do this, gambling chips.
Hey, they know their people.
Yeah, I guess so.
Better than my home state.
New Mexico put a vial of sand in now, a sealed vial of sand from the White Sands National Park, composed of pure gypsum crystals. The White Sands of this iconic New Mexico landmark form one of the world's largest gypsum dune fields and represents the landscape found nowhere else on Earth, which is very cool. North Dakota, they put Theodore Roosevelt's presidential library coin in there, and which is really cool because they just opened the library yesterday and President Trump was there. Ohio actually put a piece of fabric from the Wright brothers' flight. So they took a piece of that and they actually put it in there, which I think is so cool. Now that encompasses both Ohio and North Carolina because that's where the flight took place. But I thought that was a really cool thing to do. Utah, I'm going to go back to Tennessee, but Utah put a prayer medal in. It is George Washington's Lord's Prayer gold medal that was given out at the wedding of the rails, the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869. And I thought that was really cool. Last one, Wisconsin, they put an eagle feather in. Old Abe, an icon of the Wisconsin Civil War history, was an American bald eagle who served with the 8th Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry Regiment. And he participated in over 30 battles, narrowly avoiding wounds on several occasions. I don't know how Old Abe died, but he lives on now in the capsule because they put a feather from him in there. Okay. So let's get to how Tennessee took care of this. And do you have any more interesting entries from people who said what they would put in?
We're looking at the super text line. Someone said, can we throw Mayor Freddie in there?
I've seen Justin Pearson pop up on that.
I wouldn't put that on anybody in the future, honestly.
A Davy Crockett coonskin hat.
Yes, something like that would have been.
0409. That's a great suggestion.
I love that suggestion.
9332 says we need to put the Bible in there and make sure future generations stay educated.
Amen.
And
oh my gosh.
I couldn't find this one earlier. I don't know the exact number, but I want to give a shout out to this one who said we need to put a gun in there so the future generations have it just in case.
Yes. Another really terrific entry. Okay. So I found out that Tennessee actually added one item. Now, many states added many items, but Tennessee added one single item, and it was a poster. The America 250 Tennessee poster is what they put into the time capsule. Now, let me read the description of it. It may help you to feel a little better about why they added this. But to be honest, I was so underwhelmed. Tennessee's original Frontier poster, designed by a Tennessee artist, highlights the state's key natural features, cultural symbols, and historic moments, sites, and figures. From Tennessee's rich agricultural history to its iconic musical contributions to its role in westward expansion, the civil rights movement, and women's suffrage, the poster represents Tennessee's part in shaping American culture, economy, and democracy. I still am very underwhelmed by this submission because there's so many rich, wonderful items that we could have added to this time capsule.
I'm looking down the list over here. I think a couple of states they just got the assignment. They're like, they procrastinated, did it last minute. And then you have Utah that put an entire library of stuff.
Yeah, they some of them have chips that, computer chips that they added with all kinds of things. And if you think about that, like we could have added Dolly Parton's entire library of music, or any of the how much music does this area produce? We could have had musical entries. There's just so many cool things that could have gone in there, and we put a poster in.
I know exactly what we should put in there.
What?
A Martin D28.
Which is?
Well, a lot of people have been saying, we should put a guitar in there for the way country music has impacted the state. But the Martin D28 is considered widely the most iconic acoustic guitar in the world. Generations of legendary musicians have used it to define genres like folk, country, and bluegrass. Iconic owners include Bob Dylan, Hank Williams, Johnny Cash, Neil Young, Tony Rice.
Will they know any of those names in 250 years?
Hopefully at least Hank Williams, which is where we would hang our hat on that, as well as John Prine played a Martin D28. And so I think that would kind of encompass.
There you go.
Maybe put some fun graphics on it or something.
Or if we could get Willie Nelson on the horn, put a piece of Trigger in there, his personal guitar.
Oh, yeah.
That thing's always dropping fragments.
There you go. That would have been really good, too. So, yes, I'm disappointed, but this thing is going in the ground on Independence Day in Philadelphia, which is really cool. And in 250 years, at the nation's 500th anniversary celebration of the founding of this country, they'll be able to open that and see some of the things that we put in there on this day. So coming up here, I have another time capsule to tell you about, but this one's local. This one is right here in Bedford County, and it's being buried in the next couple of days. And I've asked somebody to come on and explain what things that they would put in there from Bedford County, which is really cool. And a couple of stories about some time capsules that failed, which is kind of funny. It's funny and it's sad in the same way. But that's all coming up here right after the news. Right now it's 7:24 in Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And coming up at 7:30, Team USA won and lost at the same time. And health officials in Nashville have detected what virus in Davidson County for the first time this year?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we'll tell you about that and more coming up at 7:30
scary.
here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's 7:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A red card controversy had World Cup fans at the edge of their seats last night as Team USA battled against Team Bosnia and Herzegovina to reach the top 16. ABC's Sophie Flay has the details.
The Americans entering the match heavily favored over Bosnia, but not scoring until the 45th minute. Florian Balogun finally putting the U.S. on the board. But in the second half, a controversial moment. Balogun is called for a foul after bringing down a Bosnian player. The referee reviewing the moment by video replay, then issuing him a red card, ejecting him from the game. Experts say in issuing the red card, the refs failed to follow protocol, using slow motion to review the play, which can make an accidental contact look more serious. According to protocol, slow motion is only supposed to be used to pinpoint contact, not judge its severity.
Didn't think I'd be waking up angry about soccer either this morning. But Balogun, the team's leading scorer, will now be automatically suspended one game and missed the round of 16 against Belgium, despite the USA winning 2-0 over Bosnia and Herzegovina. A Davidson County jury has found former Tennessee Titan scout Blaze Taylor guilty of murder in the deaths of his pregnant girlfriend Jade Benning and their unborn daughter. After just over 2.5 hours of deliberation, jurors convicted Taylor on all counts following a 7-day trial. They recommended a life sentence with parole eligibility after 51 years. Sentencing details will be finalized on September 9th. Prosecutors said Taylor intentionally laced Benning's pink lemonade with cocaine during a date night in February of 2023. The 24-year-old, who was expecting a baby girl to be named Ivy, died days later on her 25th birthday. Taylor had called 911 claiming she was having an allergic reaction. The defense argued Benning had had a history of substance abuse and challenged the medical examiner's findings. The verdict brought raw emotion in the courtroom for both families. And health officials here in Nashville have detected West Nile virus for the first time in Davidson County this year. The Metro Public Health Department confirmed the virus in a mosquito pool collected near Cass Street in North Nashville. Officials say this is the earliest detection of the season. While no human cases have been reported yet, authorities are urging residents to take precautions, eliminate standing water around your home, wear insect repellent, and limit outdoor time at dusk and dawn when mosquitoes are most active.
Oh, gosh.
West Nile can cause serious illness in some people, though many infections are mild or asymptomatic.
I have an idea. How about if we stop having mosquito pools? Like, I think that invites trouble, don't you?
Yeah. You know what I do around my house? I go to Ace, Lowe's, and they have these donuts, these little donut discs. Make sure if you do it at your house, it's safe to use in the water. But I throw them in there at the start of the summer.
Yeah.
And it just murders the larvae and reduces the population to rubble. And I'm left, if I also spray my yard, I'm left with not a lot of bugs.
Yeah.
I like to be outside.
Unbelievable. All right.
Yes.
Sam, is that everything?
Yeah, that's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. All right, there it is. Got a few accidents out there on the roadways this morning. Two in Williamson County. The first one in the Brentwood area at I-65 northbound before Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 74 territory. And then Rudderville, there's a rolling roadblock on I-840 westbound before Arno Road, exit 37. Down in Smyrna, Rutherford County, we have an accident I-24 eastbound before Sam Ridley Parkway, exit 66. And then up here in Davidson County, we have a crash at Antioch Still at Bell Road and Cane Ridge Road. And then as well, right outside of B&A at Donaldson Pike north of I-40. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hot and humid again for us today. High temperatures in the 90s. The heat index between 105 to 110. Keep an eye out for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm. 20 seconds for day today. Any thunderstorm could produce heavy downpours, gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but not everybody gets rain. 70s tonight, back in the 90s tomorrow, and staying in the 90s through the weekend with the heat index around 105, if not higher than that. Every afternoon, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, showers and storms will try to pop up, but they should taper off in the evening.
And it's already hot and steamy. It's 84 already at 7:38 in the morning. Here we are, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones sitting in for Dan Mandis. And we're going to do this real quick, RJ, because we have a guest on the line, and I don't want to keep her holding anymore. So there were some other submissions that were talked about on the Super Text line.
Yeah, there were a couple that came in. Like some people said we need to put Dan Mandis in there so they have unbiased news in the future.
Love it. Okay.
And then I believe it was 1307 said put Morgan Wallen in there so they can see what a beautiful man looks like.
Oh, that's nice. I love that
Dan
idea.
would crawl in after him.
Well, he does kind of like Morgan Wallen. There were a couple of people also that said, you really think the world's going to be around in 250 years? Come on. We're not going to let the commies win. So that's all there is to that.
One last cool one is someone said we can't put Dolly Parton's music in there because she's got her own time capsule.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I actually looked this up. There's a time capsule she's got locked away in Dollywood with a brand new song that's never been released, and it's going to be opened on her 100th birthday.
Oh, that's really cool. See, these time capsule things really get me.
And it also has a piece of the porch from her original
her
cabin
home.
in West Virginia.
Love that. Very cool. Okay, 740 here on Super Talk 99.7. So in Bedford County, they're going to bury their own time capsule tomorrow, July 3rd. It's happening on the grounds of the historic Bedford County Courthouse. Residents there were invited to have their own submissions for this time capsule. So on the line with us is Sylvia Tinson. She's a Bedford County Commissioner. Welcome to Super Talk, Sylvia. Good to have you.
Good morning. Thank you for calling and finding out what we're going to put in this beautiful time capsule we got going on.
I love it. So tell us some of the items that are going into your time capsule and who selected them.
First of all, I would like to say we have 70 different people submitting items.
So these are residents, just residents that decided to submit something?
Well, we formed a committee, and then through the committee, we made packets. And then we went into a marketing mode throughout the community, and the community embraced it tremendously. We have 4 cities in Bedford County, 1 mayor. So we invited the governments to put things in, service clubs, nonprofits, and individual. And
okay,
I am overwhelmed with the success.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so tell me some of the items.
Musgrave Pencil put in a cedar box and with 250 printed pens, not 200, but 250 pencils in this box. And they've been in business over 110 years. So if you buy a yellow number 2 pencil, most probably it's been made in Shelbyville, Tennessee.
I love that. Oh, that's cool. Okay, what else?
One of the banks took and smushed pennies. So they submitted smushed pennies in this.
And what are, usually they smush the penny and it makes an imprint. What is the imprint?
I don't know if they put an imprint.
Okay, okay.
this is the last year to print pennies.
Yeah, so we won't have any more.
So-
That's a great submission.
Our time capsule is to be open in 50 years.
50, okay.
So, yes. Another one, the Cooper Steel Incorporation came up with a new nonprofit called Bridge Bedford, and they had submitted in their 50-year plan to see where we are, Bedford County, in tourism and the development of our county.
Oh, that's a good
That,
idea.
to me, is important.
That's very thoughtful. Yep.
Bell Buckle, someone printed a small quilt to represent Bell Buckle, Tennessee.
One of my favorite
And-
places in the whole wide world, Bell Buckle.
Yes, and they also had group pictures. We've had a lot of print media or print information. A lot of our local police had current pictures. They're in the time capsule. We've also had different, like I'm in Rotary, so I put together, we had a 250 coin we had, and I put that in there. And also, I work very big into incarceration in the Bedford County Jail since 22. I put a complete packet in there of how many people successfully has gone through the different programs.
Oh, I love that.
But-
That's thoughtful, too.
Yeah. So the time capsule is stainless steel.
Yeah.
It's 20 by 16 inches by 16. And it's interesting in your comments, a lot of people wanted to bury people in it. Well, that's a no-no. And even their ashes could cause all kinds of problems.
Yep.
We also developed this packet. We gave them submission recommendations, what they could put in, how it had to be processed. But at the top of the time capsule, the opening is 13 inches by 11.5.
Oh, so it had to fit through that.
So you have to be cognizant of that.
Mm-hmm.
We did put the Tennessee poster in there.
Oh, you did? Okay, so it's buried in two
Yes.
places.
So it's buried in two places. Our archive office has made a complete listing. They had to submit an application. We discourage grandma's diamond ring.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't know who gets it 50 years from now.
Sylvia, were there any submissions that you guys were like, besides grandma's ring, were there any submissions that you guys were like, absolutely not, that's ridiculous?
As of right now, we have not turned anyone down.
Is that right?
They followed the packet guidelines.
Yeah.
Our archivist, she was great, and conversation, and everyone was thoughtful and created their own package to highlight their agency, their business. It's just been a wonderful program for Bedford County. And as a commissioner, I have just, and with my other teammates, they serve in local government capacity too. It's overwhelming.
I can tell how much you just love this project. Yeah. Is the hole already dug for it?
Well, our local DoCal is burying, and this opening is very small. It will be buried on the south side of the court square, and our whole celebration tomorrow night starts from 4 to 5. And that opening starts off with the history, and the white horse rides the square, highlighting the history of the Tennessee walking horse.
I love it. Oh, my
And we
goodness.
have all the military flags, and then during that time, the 5 mayors will be, the Mark Ferris, the voice of the walking horse, celebration. He's going to give an overview of what's been placed in it.
Love it.
Sylvia. And the five will, along with the march of the capsule down the steps to the burial site, will be set to music and all patriotic being. So
I just love that.
It's going to be a great night on historical Shelbyville Square.
Okay. And anybody can go down and check it out, and I would encourage you to do so. Sylvia, what a joy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I love the excitement in your voice.
Yes. Thank you for choosing Bedford County.
You betcha. All right, that's Sylvia Tinson there. She's one of the Bedford County commissioners. How cool is she? Okay, there are some other time capsules that are in the news at the moment. I've got that for you coming up, and a few other things about celebrations that are or are not happening around the nation that may infuriate you. It's coming up here at 7:48 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Oh, our forecast? Is that what I'm doing here?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not
50's the out time.
I see. It's coming up too, isn't it? Clouds today, thunderstorms are possible this afternoon, high 97. It's already 84 degrees and sticky and muggy and gross. Okay, so the Nashville area also has a time capsule. It's on the grounds of the Tennessee State Capitol Complex in downtown Nashville. It was buried 100 years ago on July 27th, 1927, constructed by, get this, the Nashville Council No. 1 Royal and Select Masters. They were part of the Freemasonry. So they were the ones that constructed this copper box. It's got the history of the Freemasons in it, photographs of every member of the council that at that time. Small quantity of seed, including wheat, corn, rye, oats, barley, and tobacco. That's all sealed airtight. And the container also has a request that when the box is open, that they go ahead and plant those seeds. Now, I don't, people are kind of funny about what seeds they plant now. So I'm not sure that that's going to happen, but that is the request. And there's one other thing. In 2021, there was a time capsule that was buried 102 years prior. It was opened on the Knoxville campus of the University of Tennessee. And when they opened it, nothing survived. It was all disintegrated inside. Again, the biggest killer of time capsules and everything that's inside is water. And so water had gotten into it and killed that time capsule. What a shame that was. Okay, more coming up for us right after we check in here with Sam and check out what's going on in the news at 7:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, Joan, coming up at 8. Just how all out is Nashville going for the 4th? And Operation Broken Blade has cut through L.A. We'll tell you more about that coming up here 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I need to make a formal apology to my listeners. I need to apologize for not getting my vision corrected sooner and for not encouraging you earlier to call Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Now, in all seriousness, I had lens replacement surgery just over a year ago, and I can tell you firsthand, it has been life-changing. Now, you don't realize how much you're missing when you're living with blurry or cloudy vision. Driving, reading, even just seeing people clearly across the room. Everything these days is sharper, brighter, and a whole lot easier. Whether you're dealing with cataracts, age-related vision loss, or just tired of glasses and contacts, Dr. Horn has a solution tailored to your eyes and your lifestyle. Now, the procedure, it is quick and painless. Recovery is fast, and the results, well, they speak for themselves. So stop putting it off like I did. Call right now, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, online at visionforlife.com to schedule your consultation. And tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Visionforlife.com.
$7:56 almost here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And as we're getting ready to head off into our weekends and celebrate the 250th birthday of our wonderful country, the United States of America, I found this story yesterday and I'm seething mad. In Buffalo, New York, they decided that they're going to skip the fireworks downtown this year for the Independence Day celebration. They said they were discussing the idea of fireworks, but after exploring potential locations, they just couldn't find a place that they could do their fireworks. Now, I'm pretty sure that Buffalo, New York has done fireworks in the past. Maybe they just need to go back to the old roadmap and figure out what they had done in the past. But they decided this year that they're not going to do that. RJ, I need sound here, not video, but just sound. Here's how it sounded on News 4 in Buffalo. It's not playing, so I'm not sure why we can't hear that. Do I have to have something up over here? Let's try that.
No, I've got you're in program, so it should be playing.
Buffalo says fireworks are not in the cards for this year's 4th of July. Officials tell us the idea had been in discussions, but after exploring potential locations, a safe and widely accessible viewing area could not be found. As a result, there will not be a downtown fireworks display this year.
Oh.
Buffalo.
Isn't that insane? So no.
I know why.
Why?
They were too busy raising the Somali flag in front of City Hall.
You would be right. And as a matter of fact, I don't know if I can make that. So there is a picture that I've just put up. Do you see that picture? Can you put that on the? Okay, so if you're on YouTube, you can see this picture. Buffalo City Hall in New York, they raised a Somali flag one day after announcing that they were going to cancel the fireworks. They decided that was a better use of their time and money and efforts to put up a Somali flag.
Just why are we catering to people that scam us and hate us? There's roughly 600 to 1,000 Somalis in Buffalo.
And
it's not like Minneapolis where it's overrun by the tens of thousands.
Well, I think that it's a call. They want more of them there for some reason. And by the way, they're not the only ones. The city of Columbus, Ohio, home to one of the largest Somali populations in the United States, is facing backlash on social media over a now deleted post that celebrated the raising of the Somali flag there. Here's how it read. Happy Somali Independence Day. It's like, do you not realize that it's the 1st of July? Happy Somali Independence Day, the Columbus Reaction and Parks Department posted on X on Wednesday, as we celebrate the unification of the Trust Territory of Somaliland and the state of Somaliland into the Somali Republic in 1960, City Hall will be raising the flag of Somalia. Oh, wait, they're not the only ones? It's happening in Massachusetts, too. Weeks after proposing a nearly $1 million cut to the veterans services, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu held a Somali flag-raising ceremony at City Hall as well, propping up Somalis while diminishing our trusted veterans. That, my friends, is an absolute treasonous, I know I'm using that word beyond its original scope, but I mean, who are these people? And why are they doing this to our United States? You can
alumni of the Quality Luring Center.
It's insane. I can feel my blood pressure rising as I'm even telling the story.
Thank you for peeing my O before I do the news.
Sorry. The news, by the way, is coming up next here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Oh, and I just want to say one more thing. Make sure you're here at 8:30. Big news coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8 a.m., and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. 10 people are under arrest and dozens of victims rescued in a major human trafficking crackdown in Los Angeles, News Nation reports. Federal and local authorities announced the arrest as part of a second phase of Operation Broken Blade, targeting sex trafficking along the Figueroa corridor in South LA. I don't think I'll ever learn how to say that. Among those charged are 6 alleged members and associates of the Hoover criminal gang, plus the manager of a local motel accused of profiting from the operation. Prosecutors say the group controlled trafficking activity for years, victimizing dozens, including minors as young as 14. Officials describe the indictments as a major blow against exploitation in one of the city's most notorious corridors. If convicted, several defendants face 15 years to life in federal prison. A first phase of the operation was launched last year. More than 180 million Americans remain under alert today as stifling triple-digit heat continues to grip huge parts of the country, with officials working round the clock to try and urge people to stay safe in these dangerous conditions. ABC's Rhiannon Alley is at Rockaway Beach in New York with more.
In Minnesota, a boy on the field for the national anthem at a minor league game collapsing from dehydration Tuesday. One of the players carrying him off the field. Sparkle Martin overcome by the heat while waiting for a bus, collapsing to the ground.
I kind of fell to my knees and immediately knew I was having a heat stroke.
Officials reminding everyone to stay cool and to hydrate.
And here locally, Nashville is pulling out all the stops for America's 250th birthday, according to Channel 5, with its biggest Let Freedom Sing celebration yet. The free, family-friendly event returns July 3rd and 4th, featuring more than 30 local artists across 7 stages, from country and pop to rock and Latin. Organizers say the grand finale will be the largest fireworks and drone show in city history, with 1,000 drones lighting up the sky alongside the biggest fireworks shells Nashville has ever launched. Deanna Ivey with the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation says it's going to be a music-filled, spectacular event for everyone. Last year's event drew 365,000 people and pumped nearly $24 million into the local economy, which is just more for Freddie O'Connell to try and tax off of you, for being honest. This year's 250th anniversary blowout is expected to be even bigger. Let Freedom Sing, Music City style. And get your market numbers report this morning, brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow is open and up 255 points. The NASDAQ is up 145 points, and the S&P futures are up 27 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, as you probably have heard before, there is that rolling roadblock out there in Williamson County in the Rutterville area, keeping things very slow on I-840 westbound before Arno Road at exit 37. In the Gulch area here in Davidson County, we've got a crash at Broadway and 12th Avenue South. East Nashville, there's a crash at Spring Street and Dickerson Pike. BNA still have that accident out there on Donaldson Pike north of I-40. Nashville crash reported here at West Trinity Lane and Brick Church Pike. That's that Talbot's Corner area. And your volume delays are building up as you make your way into downtown. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Every afternoon, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, showers and storms will try to pop up, but they should taper off in the evening.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
Ha, fooled you. It's not Dan Mandis. It's 8:07 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones sitting in for him today and having the time of my life, actually. I really like this. We may have to, push Dan out of the seat every once in a while so I can, take over, nudge him to the side. What do you think?
Well, Joan, there's every time you host, there's always a flood of comments saying you need to replace Chad Benson.
No, stop that. All right. What he just said, we're going to, nix that. Nobody's talking about that, RJ. So there is one thing that, first of all, it's 86 degrees. It's like we're taking the stair steps 2 at a time with the temperatures already. 86 degrees. Sam, I did want to start out with this at this hour. It's 8:07, and we haven't done that giveaway yet. So we have the family 4-pack of Dollywood tickets.
Oh, yeah.
That I wanted to give away here. And by the way, this is because we're teaming up with our friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to celebrate 250 years of America. So we're giving away a family 4-pack of tickets to Dollywood. Love that. So the way I thought we'd do that today is making you think. I know it's Thursday and you really don't want to think, but I want to make you think.
If you thought the Sam Rutherford Dolly Parton questionnaire was difficult, I don't know.
Oh, come on. This is going to be really simple, and the hint is in the words that are given. So I have one of the founding fathers speaking as he's, I think it's after he's already made put his signature on all documents. So here he is speaking. I want you to tell me who it is, because I know that you're going to know who it is. And all you have to do is call in with your answer at 615-737-9986 when you know who it is, because I know you're going to know who it is. Listen up. I'll even play it twice if you need me to. Here he is.
I sign my name to our Declaration of Independence, knowing full well it might be my death warrant. We must all hang together, or we shall most assuredly hang separately, I quipped.
Yes, he did quip. And I'm pretty sure that who that is evident by what he said. That very last line there about hang together.
I sign my name to our Declaration of Independence, knowing full well it might be my death warrant. We must all hang together, or we shall most assuredly hang separately, I quipped.
Yes, he did. So who is that? I've got a family 4-pack of tickets to Dollywood, if you know who it is. And it's thanks, of course, to our friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, celebrating 250 years. And by the way, where I got that was from the White House. Amazingly, the White House has this incredible website up about America 250, and it has all these vignettes from the founding fathers, and each of them says a little something about their lives at the time, gives a little introspection, and it's all done by AI, so it looks like they're actually talking about it. It's worthy of a glance. I love to go and look at that kind of stuff. If you want to just check it out, it's a lot of fun. It's on, I think it's whitehouse.gov, and you can put in, I think it's stories, and you'll come up with the stories from the founding fathers. All right, let's get to the lines here and see if we can get an answer. Hi, who am I talking to?
This is Nolene.
Say your first name again.
Nolene.
Nolene. Hi, Nolene. Hi. So tell me, I'm going to play that little tidbit again so that we can hear it.
When I sign my name to our Declaration of Independence, knowing full well it might be my death warrant. We must all hang together, or we shall most assuredly hang separately, I quipped.
Nolene, you're there. So who do you think that is?
Yes, sir. I do believe that's Benjamin Franklin.
Why, yes, it is, Nolene. You got it.
I thought it was.
Yeah, it was our Ben Franklin. And I just actually looked for it. Stories.state.gov. So it's on the State Department's website. Stories.state.gov has all those really cool videos for you to watch. So, Nolene.
Oh, well, it should be, yes.
Yeah, so what do you think? Who are you going to take to Dollywood with you?
Actually, I think I'm going to gift this to the kids.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Go. Yeah, well, they have a couple of friends. Let them grab a couple of friends, go to the Dollywood, have a good time.
Love it. That's very kind of you.
They don't need to drag Grandma along, you know.
I hear you. But if they're good, they'll bring you back something from Dollywood to say thanks, which is what they should do, right?
We would hope.
Yeah. Nolene, congratulations. You're going to Dollywood, or the kids are going to Dollywood. Stand by. I'm going to have RJ take your information. Yeah. So there you go. Very cool. RJ, thank you. I know that was a little bit of a train wreck, so I apologize, and I'm glad you're there taking over for us.
It's like when the chef calls for 15 plates of different dishes, even though it's one phone. It's like you're scrambling to, what's your name? Where you calling? So give the man his props. He's got to let people know that Nolene did it in one shot.
She did it in one shot. That was pretty impressive. But I think that what he said there, that we all must hang together or will surely hang separately.
I feel like the last time we had that kind of feeling in this country was September 11th. It just...
You know what? You're right.
That national sense of unity, we weren't so vitriolic towards each other. There wasn't so much fake and propagandized hatred, from group to group. We weren't getting mad at tribalistic labels. So definitely people need to hear those words today.
All right. So then to that end, there's some of the stories that I did and I was telling you, I also do some work for America in the Morning. I record some stories for them at night, and they tasked me with finding stories about America 250 and how it's being celebrated. So I found a bunch of stories about how other places in the nation are celebrating. And I love that this happens. So in Willimantic, Connecticut, years ago in 1986, they had disassembled the high school marching band, and they didn't have a way to have a band at the parade. So the townspeople got together, and everybody brought with them their boom boxes, and they lined the parade route and with the boom boxes, and they tuned in to the local radio station. I love the local radio station tie into this. And the local radio station was only playing the most patriotic of music. And so everybody is standing on the sides, and they're playing the patriotic music and from the boom boxes, and they didn't even need their band anymore. And they still do it the same way to this day in Willimantic, Connecticut. There's another one near Knoxville, Tennessee. They do this. This is the funniest thing I have ever heard in my life. They do something called the anvil explosions. It's you'll find contestants shooting 200-pound anvils hundreds of feet in the air using gunpowder, and it's so loud.
It's good.
Yeah. It's a tradition that dates back to pioneer days because, unbelievably, people used to use anvil shoots to commemorate holidays and elections. So the explosions can be heard for miles, and they literally shake the ground, and they still do that near Knoxville. If you're in California, near a place called Bolinas and Stinson Beach, these two towns are separated by a lagoon. And over that body of water, the people in the townspeople on either side, they do a tug of war. So they grab on to this, they have their strongest people, and they grab on to the rope, and they pull each other over the water.
Catching the water!
And they try to pull everybody else in, and it's a lot of fun. And thousands of people turn out for this celebration every year. In Bolinas and Stinson Beach, California. And then in Hannibal, Missouri, which is Mark Twain's childhood home.
Hey, if you're ready.
Oh, hello. Nothing says getting patriotic like having somebody else paint your fence, right? So they have this national fence painting contest that goes on still at Mark Twain's childhood home. And the kids all, of course, get painted all over their bodies. They're really not painting the fence. They're painting themselves. That's a lot of fun. And then there was one more, and of course, everybody knows this one. It's the Coney Island hot dog eating contest, and Joey Chestnut is still like the crowned, prince of eating hot dogs, which is the most, it's an insane thing to do. But they get 10 minutes to eat as many hot dogs as they can. And the record of 76 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes is still held by Joey Chestnut since 2001.
It is clearly not affecting Joey Chestnut right now.
54 hot dogs, that's around 12 pounds of food so far.
3 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah, within a few minutes, he ate 12 pounds of food. It's an incredible feat. So just, in these days when we're going, okay, the world is going crazy, there are still places that are doing the traditional things to celebrate America and to celebrate America every year, but they're doing it up big this year because it's America 250. And I just love seeing those contests still going on. Let's take a break here. We've got more coming up here right after we check out what's happening in traffic at 8:17 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so we're looking at more weather that looks very much the same as it has in the past couple of days. We're looking at clouds, a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. I think there's a bit more of a chance today. The high today is going to be 97. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, afternoon thunderstorms possible again and again, a high of 97. Then Saturday, same scenario, partly cloudy, afternoon thunderstorms, high 94. And then on Sunday, it's a bit less hot. I think it's 91 on Sunday with some morning thunderstorms. And then next week, it gets a little less hot than it is now. But it's gone up pretty quickly this morning. We're already at 86 degrees, and it's pretty humid too. So it's we're in this pattern, and we're in this pattern for a little while longer. So hang in there, folks. It's going to get better, I promise, but not until the fall. Right now, it is 8:18 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So yesterday, President Trump was out in North Dakota, and he had just a great time. You could tell he was loving it out there in North Dakota. He was there for the opening of the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library. And he had the Rough Riders lead them in. So he flew in on his new plane. He hopped on a train, the America 250 train. It's beautiful. It was decorated so nicely. And then the Rough Riders led the Beast and all the other vehicles in the procession to the Teddy Roosevelt Library, where President Trump did a speech. And he was talking. He just admires the heck out of those Rough Riders. He really likes them.
Rough Riders. I saw the Rough Riders. What the hell are the Rough Riders? Look at these guys. I wish I looked like that. If I looked like them, I would have been president 20 years ago. You guys are great. Thank you. They could really ride those horses. They let us in. They were going faster than the car. I said to my guys, is there any danger in the way they're riding? Yeah, there's danger, sir, but they're great riders. You guys are fantastic.
Yeah. And I love that they were dressed in the very traditional looking Rough Rider. You know, they had their hats, the suspenders, and then they had that bandana tied around their necks. And so, riding horses all the way, bringing the president in. And they really seemed to enjoy it. The president spoke for a long time, and those Rough Riders were standing behind him the whole time. And they actually looked like they were having a good time with it.
It's hard not to when your president is that complimentary.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like the first thing he does is, oh, what beautiful, beautiful horseback riders you are.
Yeah.
So talented.
He does. He seemed to really love it. Here's more from that speech yesterday.
So there could be no better place for this new national treasure than the Rough Rider state. I met some of the Rough Riders. They are Rough Riders. They're good riders, too. They were very impressive. Today, 107 years after he passed into eternity, Theodore Roosevelt's Presidential Library opens its doors, and the small town, but very great town, and today it's a very famous town because that's all they're talking about, of Medora opens its arms to the entire world. The entire world is watching. It's not a big town, but it's a very powerful town because of what was left behind. I want to thank the thousands of people who worked so hard to make this project a reality, and you really did. You made it a beautiful reality. Very few places will top it.
Yeah, it was a really beautiful site right there at the foot of the Badlands. They had a great time. He landed a new line that the press is losing their ever-loving minds about. I've got that for you coming up here. Let's check in with Sam, and we'll be back in a minute with what the president said yesterday that's got everyone just shaking their heads. 8:21 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, coming up at 8:30, did a Tennessee gubernatorial candidate have a valid reason to not answer any questions? And Mayor Freddie O'Connell thinks he has the data center project by the claw. Those stories and more coming up at 8:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, if you're ready to save some money, my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are buzzing with some of the sweetest deals of the season. You buy a select high-efficiency unit, you get a free air duct fogging and a UV light home treatment to keep your home's air cleaner and fresher. How about some plumbing deals? You can save $800 on whole home water and drain line replacements, or take $500 off a Halo 5 descaler and a whole home water filtration system. So many ways to save with Busy Bee. One more cool thing that they're doing right now for the month of July. You join the Beehive Club and you'll get a free yearly Beehive membership to give to someone in your neighborhood. They also know that times are tough, and so if you need some financing, they can help you with that as well. 0% financing for 18 months, courtesy of Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. No interest if paid in full within that time. Great savings as usual from Busy Bee HVAC. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. Find them online. BusyBeeHVAC.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. See website for complete details and disclaimers. You know, the other day we were talking about the Glock Store's amazing YouTube channel, hundreds of videos and over 600,000 subscribers. It's where 2A comes to learn from Lenny. That's right, Lenny McGill, showing how to install the most popular Glock performance parts step by step at the Glock Store. Now, folks watch from all over the country looking to improve their Glocks and their accuracy. But since you live right here in Middle Tennessee, you can get those installations for free right there at the Glock Store. That's right. You buy the parts at the Glock Store in Nashville, and they'll do the install while you wait. And yeah, you pay nothing. Just another reason I'm a Glock Store customer. I've bought all my guns at the Glock Store. I bought my ammunition at the Glock Store. I've had my gun upgraded and customized at the Glock Store. And yes, it is where I continue to do my training to this day. The Glock Store, check him out online at glockstore.com, shoot270.com. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Are we back, RJ? No. 8:28 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones here. And President Trump yesterday landed this great new line that the press is losing their ever-loving minds about.
As TR once put it, freedom is not a gift that lasts long in the hands of cowards. How about that? Doesn't last long in the hands of cowards. What a great statement. I want to use that. I shouldn't have said it. I would have used that statement, and I wouldn't have attributed it to TR. And they would have said, oh, what a great statement that is. Trump made a brilliant speech.
So, and I love the way he calls him TR. So the Daily Mail, which I love reading the Daily Mail, but they had this headline that said that President Trump had a profane interaction with a dead president that shocked viewers and shocked everyone. Well, here it is. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see it, actually. One of the displays that's in this new library dedicated to Theodore Roosevelt is that they have an AI-generated figure of him, and you can actually speak to Teddy Roosevelt, and he answers in his own voice. It looks kind of weird, right? Because you're looking at what looks like a hologram of Teddy Roosevelt, and he's actually talking to you. So the president goes into the room, and he starts talking with Theodore Roosevelt.
Every day a president faces storms most people never see. Keep your nerve and remember the nation comes first. Every day a president faces storms most people never see. Keep your nerve and remember the nation comes first. You get through. I know you know that feeling yourself.
Well, I appreciate those words. Those words are fantastic. And I just want to say it's an honor to be with you today. We are making a little bit of a tour, some of the fantastic things you've done.
And so he actually spoke to the Theodore Roosevelt figure that was standing before him. And I love the Daily Mail, but sometimes the headline is like so exaggerated. There was nothing profane about that. And everybody's going to do the same thing. They're going to go in and they're going to talk to this person who looks like a person who's not even there and ask questions because you can. That's the whole AI thing. So he's not really nuts. He did what he's supposed to do and what everybody else, all the visitors to the library, will be doing after him. It's just an insane notion. Okay, let's check out the news, and then we're going to welcome Chris in here for our Chris Cross. And it's a conversation that you are not going to want to miss. Really. 8:31 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:31, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A viral moment is raising eyebrows in Tennessee's Republican governor's race. U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn is claiming she couldn't answer questions about her campaign for governor because she was on federal time. News Channel 5's Ben Hall caught the exchange outside an elevator after Blackburn spoke at a Nashville tech event. When asked about debating opponents and her plans for being governor, she repeatedly said she's talking to Tennesseans every single day. Blackburn later told WTN's Dan Mandis she was at a federal event and legally couldn't comment, but fellow Republicans, including political commentator Steve Gill, say that claim doesn't hold up, noting she was in a public hallway after the event, so technically that federal time had ended, and it doesn't mean you can't answer general questions. Even the radio host himself sounded skeptical. News Channel 5 has repeatedly asked Senator Blackburn for an interview, an offer that still stands. A Florida woman, you know it's going to be fun when that's the headline, is facing new charges after deputies say she tried to sneak cocaine into jail. hidden in what the sheriff's office refers to as her jail purse. Brevard County authorities first arrested 30-year-old Reagan Cox during a traffic stop for resisting an officer. While being processed at the jail, a scanner showed an abnormality in her lower region. Deputies say that when they asked her to move her hand, a baggie containing about 3.8 grams of cocaine dropped to the floor. Cox reportedly claimed she had no idea how the drugs got there. She now faces an additional felony charge for introducing contraband into a detention facility. And Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell plans to use eminent domain to block a proposed data center near the Nashville Zoo. The move follows a letter from the Southern Environmental Law Center raising concerns about potential harm to the endangered Nashville crayfish. That's right, those habitats sit just a quarter mile away, the Tennessee Star reports. The group also cited worries that data center noise could affect zoo animals like the clouded lepers and the lemurs. Supporters of the project note the crayfish was previously considered for removal from the endangered list due to its resilience. It appears Mayor O'Connell's plan is hanging by a claw. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, there is some police activity on I-840 westbound before the Arno Road exit, likely associated with that rolling roadblock in the Rutterville area that we saw earlier this morning. In Antioch, we got an injury crash. Crossings Boulevard at Old Franklin Road. East Nashville still have that crash at Spring Street and Dickerson Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
afternoon, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, showers and storms will try to pop up, but they should taper off the evening.
It is 8:38 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yeah, we're still taking the stair steps 2 at a time with the temperatures. It's now 88 degrees, and it's only 8:30 in the morning. It's insane. It feels like 96 already. How does it feel to you out there? I mean, you just came in the building.
Feels very hot. Very hot.
There we go. Okay. So, yeah, it's summer, people.
I know.
Okay.
People don't think it'd be like it is, but it do, Joan. It do.
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Hey, check this guy out.
Hold on. Before we go any further,
Yeah.
how great of a job has Joan Jones done this morning? Is everybody, I mean, listen, guys.
This has been fun.
We are very, very blessed to have somebody with the talent level of Joan Jones able to fill in.
This is
and
great.
I think that we got to give Joan her flowers when it's due. I gave you a bunch of flowers after you filled it on my show, but I think you stormed out in anger that day because you thought you were going to take the 9 to noon, and they didn't give it to you.
Yeah, no. So I'm pulling for Mandis' show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm lucky because we have Sam and RJ, and so everything went nicely and smoothly for the most part, and we had a good time today.
Yeah.
So
No, you sounded great. We was very impressed as always.
It's good. It's such a comfy place to work, honestly. So I've been doing a whole lot of the America 250 celebration stuff, and I landed on this guy who I don't know where this is, but he's at a Bass Pro Shop, and I'm not sure what town it is, but he's just amazed by how many little flags are lining the parking lot. Listen to this guy.
The hell is this? I've never seen so many American flags ever in my entire life.
You think it's a good thing, right?
I'm not confused about one country I'm in right now.
That's good.
Yeah.
There's more, kids. I'm at the Bass Pro Shops. And
Now he's walking across the street.
What the hell? I'm afraid to go inside.
He's afraid to go inside.
Why would you be afraid? I thought this is a good thing.
You would think. So this poor guy is afraid to go into Bass Pro Shop because he's going to have to look at all the flags and see some people in there that might be, patriotic.
Heavens, no. Anything but that, Joan.
Yeah. It's insane.
Can you imagine, that's your life, where that you're so miserable that you're triggered by the flag of the country that you live in?
Yes. There's just too much of that going on. I did a couple stories about in Boston. They decided that they were going to not, I think it was decrease the veterans' benefits, but raise the Somali flag.
Yep.
Because, that's important.
That was Buffalo.
That was actually in Massachusetts, but Buffalo decided to do the same thing. Buffalo's not having their fireworks this year.
I saw that.
Yeah, because they can't find a good location for it. They never did it before or something.
Oh, it's so hard.
Yeah. How about Niagara Falls people?
I mean, I just don't understand why these people hate America so much.
I don't understand.
That's all it really boils down to.
Yeah.
That they hate America.
So speaking of people that hate America, one guy that doesn't is Freddie, right? Freddie's the guy that's been traveling around. He's from Germany, and he came here for the World Cup, and he's been traveling the country and posting about it and just made such a great, impression on everybody because he's so enthralled about what he's found here. Well, the left just couldn't let him go. They couldn't let him go, so they decided that they were going to dig into his his past and try to find something that they could hold over his head. Now he's deactivated all of his accounts. Did you hear this story?
No.
He had to deactivate all of his accounts because they doxed him. Do you want to know why they doxed him? Because he had the nerve to say this. Now, let me see if I can get rid of this. You guys have the funkiest setup here. Years ago, this was back in 24, he posted this. Racism can be directed toward any racial or ethnic group, and whites are definitely a racial group. So they doxed him. They're threatening his family. It's an amazing, he decided he's going to scrub everything off the internet now and not do anything.
What a bigot.
Yeah. Because whites are, an ethnic group.
I mean, it's tougher. It's tougher for the Germans than it is for us over here, but we see it. We see it every day. Reverse racism is just racism.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So you know what the White House did? They invited him to the White House.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's going to go meet President Trump. And I had some video of it, but JD was talking about it.
How cool is that?
Yeah, I just love it. So they're going to welcome him there.
I love how the White House does keep an ear to social media.
Yeah.
And they pay attention to what's going on, and then they react in real time.
I think that they have a lot of young people who are staffed, in the communications areas, and they know what they're going after. So,
well, and I mean, you see it time and time again. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, there was a young man who was dealing with a rare type of bone cancer. And he was like, he posted a video. He's like, if anybody can get this to RFK Jr. or Dr. Oz and help me out. He's like, it's not even for me. He's like, I'm fine. He's like, my mom just isn't sleeping. It's like a little kid dealing with cancer. And like, it was within a couple days. He's like, Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz are reaching out. Thank you, guys.
I love that.
Isn't that cool? But
I love it.
This is the stuff that you don't see on the mainstream media because it humanizes them, and we have to be anti anything Trump administration.
Ooh, speaking to that, there was a video that came out yesterday. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Now, look, I know y'all like to tease about the mayor of Philadelphia not being able to spell Eagles.
Egless, Egless.
Okay. So she actually.
I don't know. Why do you take it so personal?
Oh, I don't care, Chris.
Joan gets very
It's
upset.
So funny. She actually, her name is Sherelle. What is it? Sherelle Parker, and she welcomed Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, to Philadelphia, and they made a video together, and I just loved how she approached this. She is not afraid of the left, this woman. Of course, the Rocky theme, right?
I'm here with Mayor Parker, the mayor of Philadelphia. We're celebrating America's 250th birthday. We think it's great for Americans, American families to hit the road and see their country. There's no better place to go than where it all began, in Philadelphia. What should we do in Philadelphia if we're going to come on a little road trip to see your city?
The bedrock of democracy means you have to visit the institutions here. The Constitution Center.
She doesn't know how to spell
Independence
Constitution,
Mall.
but
Come look at the document. You need to see the bell. After you check that out, you have to visit the president's house here, connect with our history, recommit to the democratic values that we stand
Listen to
on,
this
and
part.
have an amazing time.
This city is truly amazing, and the history that exists here, no one has it. It's an American 250, a great vacation spot, a great place to visit. Celebrate your country. Mayor, thank you for being with me.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks for doing a
Secretary.
great job, and I appreciate your
Thank
partnership
you.
on so many things.
Listen, one Philly, a united city, and one America, a united nation. Happy 250th birthday, America.
Good for her,
Yeah.
actually. Like, I'll take that.
yeah, I mean, totally unapologetically enjoying her time with the Transportation Secretary.
I think that we need to get back to being unashamed of being Americans.
Yeah.
There are so many on the left that just feel like it's the worst thing to be.
Yeah.
It's like, well, where would you rather live? They never have an answer for that.
Well, I can tell them where I'd like them to live.
Tell them, Joe.
All right. Hey, let's check traffic and then come back. I want to ask you 2 questions that have to do with Legos and Trump accounts.
Okay.
All right. Stick around. 846 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, a horrific story out of Ohio and the gayest government on the planet. Those stories and more at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Days, my friends, and nobody knows that more than my friends at Middle Tennessee Ford. You know why? They know times are tough because they spend every single day trying to help people get into a new car. They're here, just like they have been for the last 56 years, trying to help Middle Tennesseans. Now, right now at Mid-Ten Ford, they're offering you employee pricing, which means that what they pay, you pay, which translates to some pretty big time savings at a time when you might really need it. So if you need a new vehicle, check out my new friends at Mid-10 Ford. Now that's exactly how they've lasted for so long. 4 generations of working with people to get them into the vehicle they need and will love. You tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They've got a low-pressure approach and no gimmicks or pushy sales tactics. Just honest folks helping you find the right car with a price that you can afford. You can even go online and do your shopping there. They offer mobile pickup and delivery for service and oil changes. They make it easy. They are Mid-10 Ford. Click or come on by. It's mid10fordtrucks.com, mid10fordtrucks.com. Find them on Facebook and Instagram. You can call them 615-949-2737, or you can check them out in person, 1319 Foster Avenue. Mid-10 Ford, where trust comes first.
$8:51, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Wow, my last 9 minutes of nudging Dan out of his seat. Darn. All right, question for you, Chris. Do your kids play with Legos?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, here you're about to throw them all out. Here you go.
Oh no.
Yep.
I hope Virginia's listening because
I hope she is too.
One of the most amazing moments
I've been
for me
trying
in
to
my
get rid of
journey
these
of
Legos.
self-discovery was the first time that I attended a pride parade after moving to a new country. It was a beautiful sunny day. I was surrounded by people who made me feel really comfortable to be myself. And I was overwhelmed with pride for what it meant to be in the LGBTQIA
he's overwhelmed with
community.
pride.
Somehow this best friendship grew into this romantic kind of love right before my very eyes. I realized I found my person, and she happens to have shown up in the form of a woman.
Is this from the legit Lego
This
people?
is yes, Lego Pride moments built brick by brick. Swipe to see more of our Lego colleagues' stories.
Yuck.
Yes. So there's your Legos. Why can't they just leave anything alone? These are for kids.
Yeah, Legos shouldn't have any kind of sexuality applied to them whatsoever.
Not even a little bit.
No.
Just build a spaceship.
But
honestly.
Here's the thing, and you're seeing this everywhere. The demos are aging up, and it's like the adults, the childless adults that go to Disney World.
Yes.
You're having less and less people have kids. So in order to increase your market share, you have to branch out into what the adults would want. Like I heard that Legos for adults is actually like the fastest growing market
Oh my goodness.
because people don't
Because
have
people
any,
are still living in their mother's basement.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, and there's a collector's element, and the theme of the Lego does matter. I'm not defending it. I don't have any.
Sure.
I don't.
Sure.
My wife won't buy them for me.
I mean, my brother's an engineer, and he collects the architecture Legos all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you tell them about Lego Pride.
Oh, he will not care.
All right. Finally, this morning, there's such thing as the Trump accounts. Have you done this with your kids yet?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Okay, so I've been trying to encourage my kids to go and do this because it's for kids that are born this year. I can't remember the dates, but it's $1,000 of free money from the federal government, and it's put into this account. Parents, grandparents can add to the accounts over the years, and that money has to sit there until they're 18, till the kids are 18 before they can touch it, right?
And if you do it the right way, I mean, you could have $250,000 to $1 million in there.
By the time they're 18.
Which
it's
is a
such
blessing.
a smart thing. So they begin this weekend. So the time to do it, the time to make that account, get it rocking is now. So you go to trumpaccounts.gov. And that's where you can do it. And it's super simple. You can download the app.
Yep.
So it's for kids that are born. Let's go to the dates.
So here's the thing. So the $1,000 is for kids that are just being born, but you can make them for your other kids as well.
Yes.
So
Okay,
we
good
have already created them for all the kids that aren't being born in this time
Right,
frame.
so parents can and grandparents can just add, oh, it's your birthday, here's $50 for your Trump account.
Exactly.
That's how it goes.
Yep.
And you can just add it very simply. It's for kids born between January 1st, 25 and December 31st, 28 that you'll get that $1,000.
Yep.
Okay? So, probably a good idea is to maybe, I don't know, have a baby.
It is a good idea to have a baby.
You think it's a good idea?
I do.
mean, you've got 4
We've
babies.
got 4, and we are going to be taking advantage of this Trump account because I got some big news.
I know you do.
Virginia is once again pregnant.
Yes.
So we are expecting baby number 5 at the end of November.
The Han family grows.
I know. We are overwhelmed, very excited.
This is
and
the best.
It's an absolute blessing. We're calling it the tiebreaker kid because we have 2 boys and 2 girls.
Oh, yes.
And then on my wife's side of the family, there's an even number of boy grandkids and girl grandkids. So this is going to be the tiebreaker across that entire roster. We're overwhelmingly blessed. We got a new baby on the way. Virginia has just been a trooper. She gets her first trimester is always really, really tough.
Yeah.
And she just powers through it. And she's been doing even more this time with 4 kids.
Oh, can you imagine not feeling well and having 4 kids to care for?
And she's just been awesome. And the kids have been great too. I was telling Joan this story off the air. Virginia gets a sniffer when she's pregnant. And when she's in that first trimester, she's getting really, really sick.
Yeah.
And cigarette smoke sets her off. So Brooks was walking out of a store and he saw somebody smoking. He turned back around. He's like, "Not that way, Mom." He's like, "We got to take you to the other exit." So the kids have been really stepping up too and looking out for her.
I love that. What a good kid he is.
And we're Overwhelmingly blessed.
When does this baby due?
So end of November.
Do we know if it's a boy or a girl?
Not yet.
Are you going to find out?
Yes, because I don't have any patience whatsoever. So we have tried on so many occasions to do the surprise.
Yeah.
The closest we ever got was when the ultrasound tech handed me the envelope, and I just looked at Virginia. I was like, I don't know if I can do this, and we opened it up right there. But what we're going to do is it's the day after my birthday. We're going to go to the ultrasound, and we're going to bring all of the kids, and we're all going to find out in real time right there. And we're we're really excited. And we were talking to the doctor, and the ultrasound tech was like, this is so cool. She's like, this never happens anymore because everybody wants to do a big gender reveal.
Yes.
So like the ultrasound tech was, I think, even more excited than we were. She was like, I get to find out with you. This is awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
So will you let all of us know if it's a boy or a girl?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
When is this your
That
birthday?
will be July 27th. We'll find out if it's a boy or a girl.
Okay.
So
that's fun. All right.
We'll let everybody
then,
know on the 28th.
then comes the controversy over names. Like, how do you do the name thing?
I don't know.
How did you pick the other kids' names?
We always just kind of came to like a consensus
Okay.
where it's like we just throw out names and then we'll just land on one that we're both like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Let's do that one.
Have you thought of any names yet?
We've been tossing some around, but it's I don't know. I don't think we've and Virginia will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we've landed on one that either of us are like, yeah, that's it 100%.
I can give you a hint. Joan makes a perfect middle name. Middle name. Perfect.
We were thinking about that.
Like Haley Joan Hand.
I like Jebediah.
Right?
So here's the tough part.
Yeah.
It's my last name. So like we can't, Hand comes with, it makes it tough
Yes.
because we don't want the kid to get made fun of.
Yeah. Okay. I get that.
Yeah. So it's tough.
I hear you when I hear you talking, I'm hearing boy. Like I don't know why.
I feel like it's a boy.
Yeah. I'm going to be seeing you guys this weekend, so I'm going to take a good look at Virginia.
Well, that's everybody.
A little belly feel.
And it all depends, right? Like, so she's been in we were walking through a hardware store. There's an older black guy. He looked at us and he goes, "That's a girl." And then we've had other people look at her and be like, "That's definitely a boy." And it's like nobody has any idea.
All right, I'll make my decision this weekend.
Yeah, because we're going to the big water gun parade in Watertown. This is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be
We're
me,
gonna have a blast.
Joan, and Brian Wilson with the kids
And
at
Super
the
Soaker water guns. People better watch out,
at
man.
the squirt gun parade. So we're very excited. But yeah, no, we're blessed. A lot of people in the audience pray. Please just pray for a healthy baby for us.
That's the easiest thing we could do and the best thing we could do. I'm so
Amen.
happy for you, Chris.
Yeah, we're
Congratulations.
over the moon. Thank you.
It's beautiful. All right, here we go. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.